And welcome everyone to the Chess 960 event in St. Louis. I'm Grandmaster Benjamin Bach, and this is the last day of action, and I'm here together with Grandmaster Irina Crush. Irina, today Hikaru is starting out with the white pieces, and we have this position. I think it's a very interesting one. How do you think the player should start out here?
Okay, well, let's take a look. Again, we see a knight on h1, a bishop on a1. And I think what's important to notice here is the queen on b1 does have an easy attack on the h7 pawn. You actually always want to look at those side pawns in Fisher random at the beginning because so it can be quite easy to get an attack on them because there's no rook in the corner protecting them, actually. So, of course, one move you can consider for white is c4. That definitely, opens up the queen with a tempo. Can't be that bad. Fight for the center. And I actually think this makes a lot of sense. I also really like moving the center pawns like e4, but I feel like that way you're not really utilizing the diagonal as much if you start with that move.
Yeah, and I think you definitely have to open up the queen first. And actually, things could be a little bit tricky for black, right? Because as you mentioned, this pawn is under attack. So let's say black plays pawn on c5. I think we can consider taking here because we also defend this. Black can play knight g6, though, and the queen is a little bit trapped. But here, what if we play the move b3? Now, rook h8 would be a very bad idea because we take here and we already win the game on move 4. But the queen is still kind of misplaced here. So maybe black can spend a move on something like, let's say, e5, blocking the diagonal. Because I was wondering, like, let's say black plays knight g6 first, right, to defend this pawn. Maybe here we go b4 to stop c5 from black. And you don't really want to go c6 because then you're blocking in your own bishop. And I think here white is already considerably better. So I think c4 is definitely the way to go here for Hikaru. E4, as you mentioned, is also an option, but I don't like the fact that it's blocking the queen's path. So I think he should start with this one. And if black wants to defend this pawn, you know what he can also do on move 1?
Well, let me think. Hold on. I mean, what can he do on move 1 to defend the pawn?
Right. It's a move you don't have. It's a move you don't have in normal chess.
Yeah, well, what you can actually do is like not defend it, let them take it, and then go like knight g6, right? And then like try to trap the queen with rook h8, possibly.
That's an option, but as someone pointed out in the chat, you can also castle. Oh, wait. So we're using an analysis board here where we just put up the pieces, but black can castle here, and then his king will defend this pawn.
Yeah, I completely forgot about that, actually.
Right, but I think, again, probably white plays the move b4 to stop black from castling. And then in case of c5, I think we take, and in case of queen takes g3, I think after knight g3, white should be better because rook h1 is a big threat now, hitting the queen and then having these threats. So I think it will be a little bit tricky for black from the very beginning.
So you're saying that if he castled, you're just going b4?
Right, yeah, it's kind of unfortunate we can't put it on the board here. Let's check out the live board. It hasn't updated yet. And by the way, Hikaru is playing Wesley So, one of the top guns in this event. Hikaru is on 3.5 out of 6, so he's 1 point behind Shaq Mamedyarov and Elireza Firouzja, and Wesley So is on 50%. But yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit tricky for Wesley, and we talked about this before, that there are chess 960 positions which heavily favor white, and this could be one of them.
Yeah, so I see in our chat, Benjamin, why is Kasparov on 0? Did he lose all his games or just not playing? I mean, I find that like a sad question to have to answer, right? That someone thinks that maybe he's just not playing. No, he is playing in the tournament, and he hasn't followed the latest fashion, which is to withdraw from a tournament after you lose. So he's still here for the 3rd day, I think. And we actually saw him on the camera analyzing with Peter Svidler again. Let's talk a little bit, Benjamin, about what we have as a sort of the scenarios playing out today. We got Mamedyarov and Firouzja tied for first place. Hikaru and another group of players is 1 point behind. Now, I think actually in the battle for first place, I really have to say that I think Mamedyarov has a very favorable scenario because what I noticed, Benjamin, is that he's literally copying Hikaru's pairings from yesterday. He's playing all the same
Mhm.
guys. So he's playing Lanier, Svidler, and Aronian. And I just think that this is like a very doable, scenario for him to try to win first place. Now, Firouzja's pairings are also not so bad, but unlike Mamedyarov, Firouzja still has to play Hikaru in the last game of the day. So I do think that makes his life harder. And of course, Hikaru's own pairings for today are rather tough, right? He has Wesley So, Fabiana Caruana, and Firouzja. So all players, I mean, okay, So is a little bit behind, but overall he's playing the people in the top half of the standings. So I think he's really got to bring his like best chess today to have a chance to fight for the top places.
Right. And yeah, I think if Hikaru wants to win this event, he basically has to win the last three to give himself a shot. And by the way, we got a question in the chat. If players are aware of the starting positions 15 minutes prior to the start of the round, are they able to use computer analysis? They are not. As you guys can see here on the live feed, they're just analyzing with their own brains, so to speak. And I think, yeah, definitely has a nice allure to this event, because, you know, if they have computers, they will just put this position in, they will tell them, you know, what to do. But here they're just thinking on their own. So I really like the format of this event. But yeah, I think he made a very good point. I think Shaq's pairings are a little bit easier, as you mentioned. Svidler, he is in 9th place, and he's playing also Lanier, who's in 8th place. So he's definitely trying to strike there. Also playing, he has 2 whites, and then of course Lavon in the last round will be tough. But yeah, it's not going to be easy for Hikaru. He definitely needs to win here with the white piece against Wesley. Then he kind of needs another win with the white piece against Caruana. I mean, it's good that he has white in those 2 games. And then, you know, he sets himself up for a big game against Ali Reza. So we'll see how it's all going to go.
So right now we see Gary and Peter analyzing, I believe, C4, C5 they put on the board.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right? And then a knight G3. Wait, B5. Oh, an early B5 idea.
Right. I like the move B5 because if white takes, black takes with the queen, and the queen is already active, you also open up the bishop. And again, taking this pawn over here is kind of risky due to knight at G6. And your queen is completely off. You have to be really careful for it not to get trapped. But I think the main problem is that, let's say you move the queen back, black could perhaps just capture this pawn over here and should be in great shape, I would think.
Yeah, the queen has moved around a little too much for no particular point, and black's rook has gotten activated.
Right. Someone in the chat is also asking, someone explain, please, why the pieces aren't in normal position. Because they're playing chess 960. And it's called chess 960 because there are 960 starting positions. The normal starting position is also one. And yeah, it's just to, you know, shuffle up the position a little bit, see completely new patterns and not have the same opening variations that we always see in normal chess.
Yeah, I think this B5 idea is very interesting, right? Because the queen supports it. So it's kind of like you don't even have to do it as a gambit. And a nice way for the queen to get out. Okay, so the position they're currently looking at is with black having taken on C4. If we go back a few moves, wow, they're far along and looking at some crazy stuff.
Right, so I think they were looking at B5, B4 takes, queen takes H7. Then I think the knight came out, because they have to be careful of not some sort of knight H5 landing. Actually, like if you take, there's a nice tactic. You can take, check, and white wins. Actually, you still have queen E5, but then white wins the queen. So a very tricky position from the get-go, where both players will probably try to fight for the initiative. Actually, it makes me wonder, after the move C4, can black also consider B5 right away? Or what? Or maybe here actually C5, because you open up your bishop, but if you want to open up your queen, you have to block in the bishop again. And here black has a really bad position, I would think.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, C6, yeah, it's not going to happen. It's like the classical bad bishop that you will never improve. All right. So, yeah, so you're saying, yeah, then you're not going to go, probably not B5 right away, but after C5. So basically, we can expect C4, C5, right? And now white either can take the pawn, which we think is probably not so good, or white can just continue with B4.
I like b4. Yeah. Again,
Yeah.
I don't think black is really going to take here to the knight g3. Queen is kind of off, and you have rook h1 coming. And by the way, as we speak, Hikaru just sat down at the board with the wholesome smile we all know, and Wesley is also there. So yeah, I think taking here is not good. If black takes, I guess we just recapture, right? And we still are happy to sack this pawn because after knight g3, we get a ton of activity. So I think it's going to be tricky for black. Like, how does black play? Because if you cannot play b6, because I'll just take. You can recapture because that hangs your queen. So I think the position is definitely tricky for black right out of the
Okay,
gates.
can they do something other than c4? Let's just see. Right, so let's try c4, knight g6, shall we? Just on the first move, c4, knight g6. I mean, you got to get the knight out of the corner, right? So b4.
Right, so let's say I go b4, right? Stopping c5 from black.
Yeah.
And again, if b5, I'm happy to go c5.
Maybe e5.
Okay, so let's say go e5.
Yeah.
I think I'll go like knight g3.
Yeah, and now, since you're not letting me castle, Benjamin, I guess I'll just play b6.
Well, you can castle. If you
I know,
want.
but I mean, I can't right now. So there's no point. I can't ask you to play a move that we won't be able to do.
Wait, what do you mean?
Well, we're on the analysis board, right?
Oh, right.
Not letting you.
Exactly. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
So let's say you go b6. I would think that white probably puts his pawn on e3. You know, I like the fact that now that the queen is open,
right?
The bishop is open as well. I'll just have to figure out what I'm going to do with this knight over here and the bishop over here.
So this is looking like an English opening, right? So this is another scenario. We get into an English opening. Actually looks pretty standard, except, you know, yes, white's already started off with that space on the queen side with the c4, b4 pawns. And
right. And I believe they're off. Hikaru has just played c4. Let me refresh my board.
c4, c5 is on the board between Firouzja and his opponent. Right, oh, wow. And the h7 pawn was captured. By the way, look at that. Firouzja actually went for that h7 pawn.
Well, we actually thought that was tricky, but Hikaru is following our analysis, it seems. So c4, knight g6, and b4 is on the board. I like how he's approaching this opening position.
Yeah, I think in general, Hikaru has a good feel for Fischer random.
Right.
c4, okay. Oh, I think he played b4 on the first move, no? Yeah. Started with b4.
No, I think that is a transmission error.
Okay. I
was pretty sure he played c4 first, but anyway, we have this position through.
And is Wesley thinking now?
Right. Yeah, I would think black should probably castle. But yeah, as you mentioned, Firouzja did castle already. Let me see if I can. Or he took that pawn.
Firouzja just took the pawn, yeah.
Which we thought was rather risky, right? I mean, you can go b3 here.
Rook h8. There's no rook h8. Yeah.
But
E5.
we thought e5, right, to block the diagonal.
Yep.
I mean, maybe you can go queen h3.
And queen g3.
And actually also...
It's very materialistic, yeah.
Right. But we have another move by Wesley. Wesley played e5, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, what I'm seeing on the board is b4, knight g6 on the board in chess.com events. But if that's a mistake, then let me see if I can see the actual position on their board. I think
on the live feed it looks like e5. Yeah. So
there's a knight on g6. I think it's e5. Yeah. Maybe that's it. e5.
All right. So I guess now knight g3 just came through. So there we have a knight g3. So let's see what
Wesley's gonna... where is the pawn? Is it on c4? Is it on b4? Like,
I think the pawns are on c4 and b4.
Ah, okay. They're both there. Okay.
Right. So I think this is the position we have. Wesley just played, I believe, b5, but I think this is always nicely met by c5. I think this should be pretty good for white. Because again, how are you bringing the queen into the game, right? Your bishop is open, but the queen is the main problem. And white's queen enjoys a lot of freedom. You can't touch Wesley's pawn, LOL. Yeah.
So right now, Hikaru is thinking over what to do. Is b5 on the board, or is that just your analysis?
I think it is. At least that's what that's sort of my observation. Yeah.
Gotta figure out exactly. I'm really trying to see the live board, and it's a little tricky from this angle. And it seems like the board is not like updated the right way on chess.com.
Yeah. All right. So we found the board here on chess.com/24. Yeah, it seems that b5 is on the move. So I think c5 should be the move here for Hikaru again, because otherwise this queen comes out to play. So I really like this move. And there, or did he? No, I think c5 is on the board, right? And d5 by Wesley. Tricky opening approach by Wesley, I should say, because again, it's not clear to me how he's bringing all his pieces into the game. I guess he wants to go c6 and then bring his queen in. I mean, the bishop has blocked him, but since black is a big center, it shouldn't be the end of the world. But maybe Hikaru can break somehow. Like, you could consider castling here, followed by like e3 and f4, maybe combine with knight f5. You have some pressure towards this pawn here. And black's pieces are kind of stepping on each other's toes for the moment.
Yeah, although he's got, I mean, it's interesting. Like, why is white's advantage so big here? Because black does have the center. I guess the knight on c8 is having trouble getting out. Yeah, like it's still, it's a little bit of a surprising evaluation here, so much in white's favor. Despite black having a pretty nice center. And yeah, let's try to understand that, Benjamin, and why is it so bad for black?
It's a very good question. I do not quite know. But yeah, again, I think it's just because a lot of black's pieces aren't really participating, especially this bishop over here. The queen is not really playing. These knights are often stepping on each other's toes. This bishop is also kind of struggling to find a good place. And
I mean, I guess at some point you're going to castle, maybe play e3, knight c1 to e2, and f4. How about that plan?
Right, yeah. No, I like that plan, yeah. But Hikaru has just played the move d3. I don't know how I feel about that. Castles by Wesley and e4.
So, Benjamin, can I just ask you, like, on the chess.com broadcast, I don't see white's pawn on c4. Like, are we absolutely sure that pawn is there? Because it's just not there in the broadcast.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that this is the position we have on the board.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, so maybe they're just like very behind with the relay. And okay.
Yeah, that's also what I see on the live feed that we have in the top left corner.
It's so funny because I look at it and I can't make out anything from this angle. All I clearly see is that, like, there's a knight on g3 and nothing on h1, and like there's some pawns in the center and a knight on g6. Like, other than that, it's like very hard to make out.
Right. Yeah, I think so. It's going to be interesting to see how Wesley is going to deal. Oh wait, moves finally came through. So it says b4, but I think c4 was played first move. I think they're mixing up the moves here. I'm pretty sure this is not the live position.
Oh, it looks like they finally just got updated. Okay. It looks like
I don't think that's the position because the pawn is on c5, if I'm not mistaken, and Wesley has castled. So I think what happened was Hikaru played c4, knight g6, b4, e5, knight g3, b5, c5, d5, d3, short castles, e4, and bishop g5. I believe this is the position we have on the board.
Wow, he's actually letting also black play d4 at some point, which is interesting. Why did you have to play bishop g5? Why couldn't you just go d4? Why is taking space like that not a good idea, Benjamin?
It's a good question. Well, I guess Wesley just wanted to keep his bishop open for a bit longer. And, you know, the bishop on g5 is pretty active on this diagonal. It cannot really be challenged, right? Normally, white would have, let's say, a knight coming to f3 or something. And it's stopping a potential f4 push. So I like the move bishop g5 by Wesley. And actually, I mean, it's probably time to castle for Hikaru at this point. And then Wesley can still play d4 on the next move.
And so if he goes d4, what's our plan? I mean, I guess the bishop will come to b3 for sure. Right.
Yeah, I think the bishop should go here. Right. Eventually, I want to prepare a 4 somehow, but I don't really see how to do it. Because if I go knight c2, I think bishop d2 traps my rook. But the computer says that you can just sack it after bishop b3, and that white has
because you're going to play
more than enough compensation.
Yeah, that's quite a nice idea, opening up the bishop on a1.
Pretty shocking. I mean, I would think that let's say after king h8, f4 f6. I mean, of course, white has compensation, but computer is saying it's +5 here. Just quite shocking. But again, I think the main problem for black is that this queen is not helping in the defense. If you can magically move this queen to d8, it would be a lot different, but that's not the case.
Yeah, it's beautiful exchange sacrifice. And I guess in this position, well, we're trying to move the queen into the king side somehow, right? So,
right. It appears that Hikaru has castled. And I think right now Wesley is thinking.
So on d4, you're suggesting that he blunder the exchange with knight c to e2.
That would be a very nice bait, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Although Wesley's probably not going to go for it, yeah, because he'll realize it's important to keep white from playing f4.
Well, I think, yeah, I mean, if he spends some time, he might figure out the thing that exchange is not a good idea. But I think it's very easy to underestimate white's attack there, right? It felt like, black's up in exchange, but f4 comes with so much strength, and really all of white's pieces come into the game. Okay, now Wesley played a move, knight c7, and Hikaru develops his own bishop to g4. I like bishop e3 better, but okay, the bishop landed here. Now let's see what Wesley will do. I think Hikaru is hoping that he will play d4 to get his beloved King's Indian type of structure.
Yes. Yes. Well, he might be. I don't know. But the thing is that d4 is really a sensible move for black as well, because it's so hard for white to play f4. I guess he's going to, I mean, what is he going to try to do? Go like knight c2, knight f5, g3. I guess that must be the plan, right?
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I think it's going to be difficult to get an f4. As you mentioned, yeah, you probably have to move this knight and maybe move this one and g3 and f4. But Wesley could also keep the tension with the move queen d8. And, I mean, I guess Hikaru can still play knight c2. Then the question is, what is Wesley going to do? I think all of his pieces are placed pretty well. The drawback of the d4 is that this bishop is suddenly kind of dead. But if you don't go d4, white could play d4 himself at one point.
Yeah, white could definitely open up the position like that. Okay,
right.
So Wesley's thinking, and Hikaru's having a sip of his coffee. I wonder what is in that magic drink that he's been bringing to the round every day.
Probably coffee mixed with pineapple juice, if I had to guess. Wesley does play.
Wesley plays d4, yeah. Finally caught that move. All right. Well, knight c to e2 does look logical. I don't really see why that knight would go to b3. It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me.
Right.
So yeah, knight c2, and then figure out a way to play g3.
Yeah, and I think that's. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, what's black going to do after knight c2? Like, what's the plan? Just bishop c6, or get the bishop out a bit, or queen d8, or maybe queen.
Yeah, it's a very
d8.
good question. Hikaru has just played knight c2.
There you go. Yes. Okay. Towards the center.
I mean, black could try to create counterplay on the queen side, right? With a move like a5. Let's say we keep it close with a3. One thing that could be annoying, well, I have a plan here. Like, let's say I take and I go knight c6, right? Like here, all of a sudden, I could threaten to go bishop d2 and pick up this pawn over here. And I think the main problem for white is that, this knight is kind of, these knights are, again, kind of stepping on each other's toes, right? You would have to move this knight out of the way and then g3 and f4, but it seems difficult to achieve for the moment. So we'll see how Hikaru will go about achieving that f4 break, because that's really his main hope in this position, I would think. And actually, Wesley has just played the move a5, it seems.
Oh, wow. Okay, makes sense. I mean, looking for counterplay on that part of the board. I mean, I don't think we want to take that pawn, right? Because then there's just queen a7, and it's pretty easy for black to regain a pawn. So I think Hikaru needs to play a3.
Yeah, no, I think so too. Yeah, like here also taking on b5 probably gives black way too big of an initiative after, let's say, rook b8 and bishop c6. So I think he's just going to try to keep the queen side close. But this is why maybe knight b3 on the last move could also be considered.
So he played a3.
Did he? Okay, so let's see. Well, I think he's... yeah, I think we see a3 on the board there.
Yeah,
so
I saw his hand do it.
Right.
Yeah. All right. So let's try to produce some ideas for Hikaru.
I think the one that you suggested.
H5. How about knight h5 even? Why trade the knights? Maybe knight h5, and then like I already can maybe play f4. Yeah. Knight
right.
h5.
Yeah. The one thing I'm worried about. So let's say black takes, right? And black goes, let's say king h8.
Yeah,
if you go knight h5, what I'm worried about is black playing f5.
Oof.
Right, and now like this bishop comes to life. Like you take with the knight, and this looks kind of scary, you know?
Yeah, a lot of activity for black. Okay, so we got to be careful about that. All right.
So let's say we play knight f5, right? I think if black takes and let's say goes
knight e7.
Actually, we could even the probably thing with the pawn is bad. So let's say takes and knight e7. Maybe we go bishop d7 to tackle the rook, and then bishop back. Right? I feel like here f5 has lost a lot of its strength.
Okay,
and here
he's played some move. He's played some move. Something is in the center there, Benjamin. Is it knight f5 actually?
Knight f5 does seem to be on the board, but I'm trying to figure out what Wesley did. It seems to be rook to d8. I guess he didn't want to be bothered with this. And now knight f5 from Hikaru.
Yes, you're right. It was rook d8 was the last move played. Rook e d8, yeah. And kind of a weird move, I would say. Like not very aggressive. Rook d8, yeah. Like it doesn't have such a super clear idea.
It kind of odd to me, because I thought the rook was better placed on e8, right? Because at some point, black is going to go f5 or white's going to go f4. So you would think that there's going to be a lot of action on the e file. Well, on the d file, yes, it defends the pawn over here, but it's not going to be super active.
Yeah, and Hikaru gets to go knight f5. Well, what I like about Hikaru is that at least he has a pretty clear plan at this point.
Right. And as people pointed out,
right,
and as people pointed out in the chat, the pawn trade on b4 hasn't happened yet. But yeah, I agree. Hikaru is up through 2.5 minutes on the clock, so that's definitely an advantage. Because, you know, chess 960 is always so unpredictable that you really do need a lot of time to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, and I guess here, do we want to just take on e7 next and play f4? Is that the immediate idea?
Yeah, I like that idea, right? Because with f4, we open up the f file, and also we get a lot of pressure towards this pawn on d4 all of a sudden. So I think that's definitely our idea. We could also prepare it with g3, but I don't think it's necessary. I think we can just play f4, as you mentioned. Oh,
yeah, interesting. You know what? I want to try a move that I know is not that good. Oh wait, did something get played on the board?
Yeah, Wesley took an f5 and Hikaru recaptured.
Yeah. So my thinking is like, I'm curious about like if you play with pawn and f6, like I know this is kind of ugly, but let's just try it. Like, let's say if I want to try to hold my pawn chain against your bishop, why is that so bad? Like, and if you go well, you can't go f4, but my idea is basically like I would put my bishop back on h6 if it got attacked and try to hold that space. That's my suggestion.
Right, yeah, it makes a lot of sense, but I would think that white should get some initiative here with stuff like f4, queen b3 as well, maybe bring the bishop back to this diagonal. But Wesley has played the move knight e7. hitting the bishop on f5. So I guess now we go back to h3, right? And we prepare to move f4, which, you know, looks, I don't know, looks pretty interesting. I wouldn't really say white's better yet, but it should be maybe a bit easier to play.
But let's try this f6 move again. I just want to see how it goes. f6, f4, bishop h6. Like, let's just try to understand why this is a bad strategy for black.
So let's say I give a check, or, I mean, the computer's saying I should go bishop b2 first to bring the bishop back.
Improve your bishop like that. Yeah, that makes sense, right? Because like both bishops on a8 and a1 are pointing into pawns. And what if I go, I don't know, bishop b7?
Right. Let's say bishop b7. Bishop. Okay. Also, you have to be careful if you delay.
Can't take my pawn. Yeah, just let's trade on it. So let's trade on the a file and then go bishop b7. Yeah. And bishop c8. So if I just copy your idea.
Yeah, I mean, it looks very reasonable, actually. But I think, you know, you have to be careful that white doesn't open up the f file at the right moment, right? Like white can maybe give a check, and then let's say I trade here and trade here. Maybe I have rook f7, but a couple more moves have been played. Instead of all this, Wesley played his knight to c. Oh, actually, Hikaru played bishop g4, and Wesley played knight to c6. So he refused the trade here. Now, I guess I don't really like bishop g4. And the reason why is that if we go f4 now, black is going to take and go knight e5 with a tempo.
Yeah.
Right? Whereas if our bishop was here, knight e5 would be a good move, but it's not attacking any of our pieces. Oh, but Wesley is following your idea. He played bishop h6.
Oh, interesting. He doesn't even take. All right. Well, yeah, I mean, basically he's using the knight to guard e5. He's definitely using the tempo on the bishop. Yeah, I didn't get why that bishop's not on h3. I mean, the chances that bishop will go to h5 and be useful there are pretty small. So now we have to make a decision for white. Now, well, we do have bishop b2. That actually makes some sense to me to try to go to c1. Yeah, there's pressure on b4, but then, you know, yes, you can take on e5. I think it works out for white. So bishop b2 actually is a sensible move.
Right. Yeah, I think if black takes twice, you're correct. White takes here, and you know, the pawn mess in the center should be more important than this pawn over here. Because like if black goes back, I think we get a pretty big initiative after pawn to e6. Maybe black can take on f4 first, and if we take, then take here. But again, maybe white gets some initiative. I don't know. Maybe let's say bishop c1, followed by knight at d5, right? And after the trade, our queen also comes in.
That's a really good knight.
Hikaru is captured on a5. He's saying like, okay, Wesley, if you're not taking on b4, I'm going to take on a5 at some point.
Oh, interesting. Okay, he wants to distract the knight so he can take on e5. All right.
Right. Yeah. So taking the pawn would be a big mistake. Now, could Wesley take an f4 first? Right, what happens here? Again, e5 and e6, and I think white's initiative becomes very, very strong.
A very specific move from Hikaru, yeah, trying to pull this knight away. What else can black do after pawn takes a5?
It's a good question, because I think queen a7, I believe we just take, and, you know, we grab another pawn. So I don't think that's really what you want to do. I don't know. It feels a bit awkward, right, with this bishop and this queen over here. I don't really see a clear way to win back the pawn.
Yeah, I mean, b4 is just some kind of computer stuff that is hard to understand. I guess you're trying to get to the d3 pawn. I guess that's the point. And you take with the queen, yeah, because d3 is weak, so you can afford to let e5 hang. I mean, and maybe you also have like knight c2, knight e3 ideas, I would say.
Yeah, no, 100%. But yeah,
so if rook d1 here, yeah, there's knight c2, isn't there?
Yeah, that's a really nice idea. Yeah.
But okay, he didn't find it. He didn't find it. He played queen b7.
That one also looks a bit odd. But I guess, well, here's idea, I guess, is just to go queen a6. Attack this pawn and not hang the b5 pawn. So now it's up to Hikaru again, right? Like we don't really want to take here, because then
Yeah.
black gets this
I
knight.
know.
on
It's like, again, if only the bishop was on h3, of course you would take
Right.
f5, right?
Yeah.
Like, well, okay, then they still have bishop e3 and they can recapture knight e5. So bishop e3 is an important check that black has in a lot of lines.
Yeah, indeed. So let's see how this one is going to develop. I don't know. I think we're probably going to lose this pawn, so we need to activate our pieces one way or another. You know, there's still this idea of bringing the bishop back, but it's a bit of a pity because it feels like black's center is about to fall apart. And actually, what if we just take, right? I mean, I guess, let's say black gives a check.
Yeah, there's a really nice piece sack there or something. After knight takes e5, I see the computer saying we can just give away a piece. How does that work?
Yeah, you just sack the piece like this, but it's pretty dank. I think the pawn for black is dead.
That's very hard to find. Like, what is that all about? Like, you want to play h3 or queen d1 and like get rid of their knight so you can take an h6 and attack on the diagonal? That's a pretty crazy line. I think that's very difficult to find.
Right. Yeah, I think Hikaru was talking about this earlier. Probably these sort of lines is really what puts the like 27, 2800s. What makes a difference between the computers and the 2700s and the 2800s, you know?
Yeah.
That like for a human, this is almost impossible to find, but a computer just points it out. But Hikaru has instead played bishop to b2. Now Wesley can play queen a7 because this pawn is not under attack. So I guess now we probably should play bishop to c1, but Wesley is going to capture one of these pawns.
Right, and we have to be a little bit careful because black's pawn structure is not so bad here. And so he put queen a7 on the board. Yeah, c5 is hanging. Well, yeah.
But for some weird reason, chess.com/24 is saying 1-0, but that's probably a glitch, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're in the middle of their game. 1-0 could be Kasparov versus Nepo. Do you want to take a quick look at that? Because it looks like he's beating him, and that would be his first win against, one of the tournament leaders, or at least, half a point behind the tournament leaders right now.
Right, so we have this position. I don't know. It still looks pretty...
Oh, maybe the game that I was seeing just wasn't updated enough. That's weird because I'm seeing a different.
Or maybe it was another game.
Well, no,
it does seem like Firouzja has a good position against Fiddler.
Because what I'm seeing on chess.com is just a different position with. Oh yeah, well I don't know. They're just it just looks different where I'm seeing it. So this is what you're seeing here. All right.
Right.
He's got 2 minutes against 15. Yeah. And
that's tough though, like even in a winning position.
Oh no, well this is not this is not the winning position because I just saw the board look totally different from what I could see on the screen there. But no, this is actually pretty good for black, I would say. Definitely a lot easier to play with the attack on the white king that black is doing. So this is actually not an example of Gary getting his first win. I would actually say the opposite, unfortunately. I mean, it might still seem equal, but it seems like a lot harder to play for black and for white.
Yeah, right. Yeah, especially with the time situation, right? I mean, if it's really correct that Gary's down to 2 minutes against 15 from Nepo, he's going to face a very, very tough defense. And yeah, like you mentioned, I think the position really looks easier to play for black. I mean, you have this great diagonal with your queen and your bishop, lots of pressure down the g-file, and white doesn't really have any targets to attack. Right, so I think Nepo has great chances to. Oh, I don't know what just happened there, but Nepo has great chances.
That's what I mean. Like something is going on with the boards. Like this is the position that I was seeing, or even something different than that. And yeah, so who knows what is the actual position on the board? I wonder if we can figure that out. Yeah, no, I think the actual one is the one that you had, Benjamin.
Right.
It was the one with the 2 bishops and the 2 rooks and the queen.
Yeah, so let's hope that one comes back soon. In the meantime, let's have a look at what's happening in Hikaru's games. After queen to a7, Hikaru played, let's have a quick look. I saw someone like queen c2.
Queen c2, yeah.
Right, so queen c2 on the board by Hikaru. Hikaru now down on time. 6 minutes and 43 seconds. Wesley 7.5 minutes. So I guess let's say you take over here, right? What is White's idea?
Yeah, it's a big mystery. What is White's idea? Black has some kind of queen a4 idea, trying to trade the queens. Maybe even b4 is an idea, I would also say. b4 is something I would look at if I was black. So yeah, I'm not quite in love with where this game is going.
Yeah, and I think it's definitely a bit easier to play for black. So Wesley captured on a5, rook to b1 by Hikaru. And wait, how did this bishop, or maybe g3 was played first? Rook b1, sorry, bishop b7.
Bishop b7, rook b1, bishop a6.
Bishop a6, all on the board. Okay, I guess now bishop c, it's a good time to go bishop c1. Right, because this rook is doing a good job holding down the queen side. Right, I guess b4 will be difficult to achieve. Maybe there's moves like bishop d2. But I like this move that you suggested earlier with queen a4, because I think a queen trade should favor black, especially in case of this trade, because the d3 pawn will be very weak.
Yeah, no, I just don't like where this is going for Hikaru. And I think queen a4 is on the board, this exact position, just because we were really excited about his like f4 idea, but the truth is it never really went anywhere, right? He just played f4, can't really move forward with it, can't take with it. And black has made some progress on the queen side. Okay, queen d2, at least he's keeping the queens on the board. That's important. But like what is the next move for white? Very hard to tell, which is not a good sign.
Yeah, that's a very good point. That it's very similar in King's Indian, right? Sometimes you work very hard to get that f5 push in, which is f4 in this case. But sometimes just pushing that pawn there doesn't do a whole lot in itself. And we see the same thing here, because trading is not good. f5 also doesn't really achieve anything at all. I mean, in this particular case, it hangs the queen. So the question becomes, how does Hikaru improve his position? I mean, maybe in the distant future, he can try something like, let's say, h4. This is very unlikely, but just to make some moves.
Yeah,
and like
I'm still waiting to see it. How is this position going to be improved?
And g4, g5, but I don't really see it happening.
It takes a lot of moves, yeah?
Right, and in the meantime, Wesley is definitely going to do something. But time is evening up, both players around 6 minutes. And, still a lot of pieces on the board. So let's see what Wesley is going to do here. For black, it's also not easy, right? There's this tension, and there's no clear way to resolve it, because taking should always be in white's favor, because his pawn on d4 becomes weak. And maybe now you can use the g3 square to transfer your knight to f5.
Yeah, I think black's got to try to play on the queen side, right? That's where the play is for black. So let's see what that entails. You obviously can't play b4 here. So rook b8 allows some kind of maybe bishop c6. Can we put that on the board, Benjamin? Maybe rook b8, bishop d7. That's what I meant.
Right, yeah.
Yes. It's actually, look, it's the first active move I found for white in a while. Wesley needs to not blunder that, because the c6 knight is anchoring his center, and it's a bit of an annoying attack. I mean, maybe not the end of the world, but it definitely feels like something you don't want to allow.
Right, so because of that, he played bishop
c8. Of the bishops, yeah, which I don't know, makes me kind of a little happy for white, because I didn't think white's bishop was that amazing, but I guess black still wants to go rook b8 and b4, and then you don't have to worry about bishop d7.
Yeah, I mean, on the other hand, the bishop on g4 was also pretty active on this diagonal. But yeah, the nice thing is that we never have to worry about this pawn on d3 coming under attack. So maybe now a move like queen a2 looks nice for white, to maybe try to go queen d5, hit the knight with pressure on his pawn on e5. Also, now you could start thinking about taking on e5. And I think if you go b4, white probably has it covered with the move queen to c4, because if you take, you hang the queen. So I think that's how Hikaru should continue here.
Yeah, I like queen a2. That's beautiful.
He goes queen d1. I'm not sure. Although I guess the endgame should be all right, because after the trade,
b5 is under attack. That's his idea, yeah. But it is a little sad to get that queen trade offer. That's not a sign. It's not a very optimistic move. I liked queen a2 kind of hitting f7 as well, Benjamin, right? With the rook on f1. It looks quite nice, actually.
Yeah, I like this move better, but yeah, let's see what Wesley is gonna do. Wesley could, of course, also choose to let Hikaru trade, but it's gonna be interesting to see how the endgames play out, right? Because this bishop on h6 is also a little bit off. White does have some space here on the king side. And
yeah, I guess he's gonna go queen b3, try to trade the queens. Yeah, of course the excitement is taken out of the position. I'm also like maybe not such a fan of playing against this way against Wesley, who in general is like a pretty good technical player, right? So you're not going to scare him with a queen trade.
No, I think I definitely agree with that. Yeah, I think if Hikaru wants to beat him, he should have tried to beat him in the middle game.
Yeah.
But with the queens off, I feel the odds of beating Wesley here are pretty low. And Wesley just played rook b8, which to me looks like a great move. Because he's preparing for this trade, because now he's ready to contest the c-file. And after bishop d2, I guess rook b3 doesn't work yet. But maybe what you could do with black is, let's say you play a move like g6. And very sneakily, you're gonna prepare this move bishop f8 and try to take this pawn on c5.
Yeah, that's an annoying threat for black for sure. Well, hopefully Hikaru is not going to take on a4. I mean, I definitely don't think he'll be very tempted to do it. Why would he want to open up the black rook? So I guess queen b3, right? He needs to activate the queen and make the trade happen on his terms.
Right. Yeah, no, that's I like that idea. So let's say queen b3.
Yeah.
Wesley could, of course, still trade, but maybe he should, because otherwise this move queen d5 could land on the board again. So let's say he trades, right? We recapture.
b4 is very reasonable. Sensible.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if white gets moved, he will go bishop d2 and rook here. So this endgame looks a lot better to me, because I think the pawn on b5 is actually a weakness.
b4 maybe. And then the problem with a4 is that, well, you'll just lose that pawn after rook a8. So you pretty much have to trade, I guess.
People are saying Fiddler shocked Firo. I don't know I think the feed is still kind of messed up. Let's see if we can.
Yeah,
this does seem to be the live position. Oh, Firouzja down at 18 seconds.
Oh, against 6 minutes, 18 minutes. And he is actually getting attacked. It looks like Svidler's got two knights and a rook on the king side, and actually a very good attacking position. And it's his turn even. Wow. Let's go, Peter.
But if Firouzja is the move here, I think rook d1 pretty much wins the game, right? Because you hit the queen, rook d8 is coming in. But black has the shocking knight to e3, hitting the rook. And if you take with a check. If you go rook f2, you hang this. And if you go king h1, black is going to go queen to g3. Threaten checkmate here. And if you go h3, probably just with a perpetual. So let's see whether Peter will find it. I mean, he has to stay in the game.
He has to find that. There's no other way that he can play.
No. If he doesn't find 93, he's just busted.
Well,
but he has 5 minutes to figure it out.
Yeah, I have no doubt
that
Peter
should.
Yeah, is going to play this. I mean, he's not going to just let himself get mated, with rook d1.
No.
So I think he'll find it, and it's a very cool move, right?
Yeah. Another move, I don't know if it works, but no, I don't think it does. Another move that I just thought about was knight to g3.
Oh no, Firouzja! Oh no, Gary, he looks so unhappy again. What happened to him? It was a draw, I think. It was a draw.
If I have to make a wild guess, I'm gonna. Although in the final position he was down 2 pawns, but if I would have to guess, maybe he flagged.
Well, their kings seem to be in the middle of the board, aren't they? I thought their kings were in the middle of the board. No, it looks like it says he lost, but I thought the kings were like on e4. Maybe I didn't.
No, those were the queens. The queens were on e4 and d5.
Oh, those were the queens. Okay.
But it seems he just lost. So let's see the game. Actually, 2 moves before the end was still a draw. Unfortunately, we can't really pull it up. But he had a way to save the game.
Man, that's sad. That's sad. Oh. I just heartbreaking. I don't even want to talk about that. All right, let's see if Svidler finds 93. He's down to 4 minutes now, And meanwhile, in Hikaru's game, maybe we should go there and check it out. There's been some progress. So there was a trade on B3.
The trade on B3. Let's pull it up real quick. So trade on B3.
Yeah, you can also just refresh the board to get to the current screen. You know, that reload the board button. That gets you to the current position.
Oh, it's okay. They fixed it. All right.
Yeah.
So let's see. So he played after rook b8, he took on e5. Now Wesley traded on d1, took on c1, and played rook fd8, rook b3, and c6. Nice move by Hikaru to isolate this pawn over here. Maybe not rook c5 to hit this knight and this pawn over here.
Yeah, I think he's okay. He's not losing for sure at this point, right? Because he's got his share of targets on b5 and d4. So if rook c5, f6, can you just take? I guess you can. You can take on b5, knight d3, and rook d5 at the end. Yeah,
right, so let's say
trade. Now, if knight d3, I was thinking rook d5. Can't I do that?
Yeah. Okay, I guess black takes here. And if someone is better, maybe black is still a bit better, you know, with his knight coming to e5.
Yeah, maybe.
And like, you know, with the knight and e5 and the rook potentially coming to the second rank, it still looks somewhat unpleasant. But okay, rook c5, f6 was played. So let's see. You can also play a4 first, and black will probably answer that with b4. Hikaru down 1.5 minutes on the clock. So let's see. If someone's better, it's probably still Wesley.
My computer just completely froze.
Okay, he took. All right, now, okay, take stakes. Wesley is going to take here, I assume, or you could also take on c6 first. But I would think it's nice to take the pawn on d3. Right, yeah, and there Wesley goes. But yeah, rook d5 looks kind of human. You can also play rook b7, by the way. This might be a more active defensive option, because if black takes now, I think after knight takes d4 followed by knight e6, white is just completely fine. The one thing you have to be careful of is moves like knight e5 takes and maybe d3. You know, the d pawn pushing up. So Hikaru's hesitating here, and he goes rook b8, king of 7, and I guess rook to b7, it seems. Right, so let's see. I guess Wesley has to take. Knight takes d4, and again, he's still a little bit better because he has the slightly better pawn structure, the slightly more active knight. Right, so let's say takes here. And then, you know, move to anticipate for knight b5. So I think someone like king, although that allows this. So let's see what he is going to do. But it's kind of unfortunate. Hikaru definitely doesn't have any winning chances.
Okay, can we go to the action between Firouzja and Svidler? You should just see this, Benjamin. It's really getting spicy there. We don't want to miss this part. Firouzja's got 14 seconds. Svidler's got a minute. And wait, it got really spicy, but it looks like the sacrifice is not working.
So in this, wait, wasn't the queen on d?
So he didn't play knight
queen h6 back.
Yeah, he didn't play knight d3.
Knight f4. Oh, this is insane. Like if you take, it seems like black is unstoppable mate, right? But you go queen here. Wow. The queen covers all of this. The bishop covers all of this. And after queen g4, queen g2. So Svidler gave a check.
Yeah, he doesn't even have perpetual now. Just take a look, I think.
But you're gonna take this bishop, and it's still gonna be tricky.
Yeah, F3, right? So like, king, queen e5, and then what's the winning move? It's F4, and then rook F3, I guess.
Right.
Oh wait,
he went to G1.
He didn't go for it. He didn't go for it. Maybe he won't find it.
If bishop G3 you take, so you have to go king up, and that's what he does. Okay, now F3, only move. Okay, he's gonna find it, of course. H4, G2, you have to go F3.
Right, so that's the thing. Is he gonna play F3 or, you know, it's a little tricky to see F3, queen E5, and F4. No, he's not going for it. It might end in a draw. I mean, he doesn't have much time to figure this out.
I mean, it seems tricky, but again, like, Your upper rook, right? So
I think
and
he's getting the
he allowed
perpetual.
it.
Okay, I'm kind of happy for Svidler because you know he tried to sacrifice some things there. Yeah. Firouzja doesn't seem unhappy because he just didn't see the win. All right, that was cool. A nice little exciting interlude before we go back to Hikaru's game.
All right, so let's have a look. So pretty much all of that is on the board. So Wesley played king to e7, so after knight to b5, you can go king here. a4 was played by Hikaru, and a5 pushing that pawn up the board. So I guess, wait, rook a1? Because knight b5, there's king c6. Still a little bit unpleasant, no? Maybe rook b5, rook d5 is the way to go. You have to guard this pawn over here. And also rook a2 could come. And again, this king over here, here rook b5, nice move. But where do you go after check? That's what I wonder. And there Wesley goes. You don't want to go to h3.
King g1.
King g1. He goes to f1, okay. Wesley also c5, kicking the knight away and perhaps setting that c pawn in motion.
Yeah, very tricky. So where did Wesley? Oh, it's okay. It's Wesley's turn right now. So what happens if he takes on h2? Is that just a terrible idea because of rook d5 and then some kind of discovery with like knight e6 probably? Is that why he's not going to take an h2?
Yeah, it feels a bit too greedy. I think, as you mentioned, yeah, maybe like knight e6.
Yeah, he went back. He went back to e5. Let's keep it on live. Yeah.
Okay, knight e5 was played.
Yeah, he played knight e5, and then I can't tell exactly what Hikaru did.
I think he gave a check because Wesley moved his king to e7.
Oh, e7. Okay.
Again, black is still better, right? Because if you look, white has two isolated pawns, black only one. Black's rook is also pretty active.
Rook c5.
Rook c5, that's a good move. Because in case of king d6, you go here. Because you shouldn't play a move like h4 first, because then black goes here, and then king d6, right? It makes...
Oh,
but Wesley played...
Oh, they're going for a draw.
D6.
Oh, wait, that's not a draw. Oh, can't take it.
Rook c2 by Hikaru. Okay, trade.
Yeah, rook c2. Yeah, put that on.
Okay, if Wesley wants to win, he has to trade the rooks, or rook a1 is another possibility.
And then king d6 or something, yeah?
Right, yeah, I think trading king d6
is there's knight f5. So maybe king d6.
Right, yeah. Okay, Wesley trades and king d6. All of that is on the board.
Trades and king d6, yeah.
Knight d4, good move.
g6.
G6. I mean, okay, king e2, king c5. Hikaru should be fine here. Maybe knight b3, but I would still rather have black here, I think, because black is more active. So this pawn on a5 is a little bit weak. So it's still up to Hikaru to make the draw here, I think. Be here, king b5, king e3. So in case of c5, there's also okay. Goes king e3.
e3.
Oh, but now knight c4. His idea is here takes knight e6 and knight f8.
Yeah.
So that is why h6 was played by Wesley. All right. You maybe check now, king up, or like check here and king up. That should be a draw because like if you take king c5, white is just so active, and Hikaru's it's got. That's not the move. He played h3. Now Wesley takes the pawn because there's no way to get anything back. And I think here it's close to being lost. Okay, he gave a check. Knight f4, knight h5, knight g7. Oh, that's a good move by Wesley. Now this is looking lost because knight c5, here, takes, and you take another pawn. Yeah, and there it is. g4. Can h5 be played here? I think you can. Oh, but knight d4 maybe? Knight d4 could still be tricky. Wesley played. Tough. Yeah, he's down 2 pawns here. No, it's probably just completely lost because knight in games are very similar to pawn in games, and being down.
Oh man, that's sad.
Yeah. Somehow that game just got out of control.
That game just got out of control.
Yeah, I mean, he probably had a draw, but again, it felt like he was still under some pressure. And
Yeah.
it's really this move h3 that didn't really help his position at all, and it gave Wesley the opportunity to take this pawn over here. But let's see.
Wait,
He
he
managed
just
to
took a
recover one
pawn.
pawn, but I think now f5 is really good. There's a case of trades get into a lost pawn game, and otherwise black is gonna trap this knight over here eventually.
He doesn't find it though. But the problem is it doesn't really matter. He just goes king f8, king g7, doesn't he?
That's probably more effective. Yeah, because this knight does a perfect job. It's stopping the king from coming up, and it stops this knight from jumping back. So it's just completely over. Because if you wait, or like his idea is king g7, here, but I don't think he can ever be in time. Although you still win by one tempo, maybe, because if you go with the king, this doesn't win, you know? But
he's not happy.
It seems like Hikaru has just resigned. Very unfortunate loss against Wesley. Probably, yeah. So he played king c4 and then he resigned. He probably realized Wesley has g4, takes king g5. And it's really sad. You really do lose by one tempo. But that's how it goes sometimes in chess.
Yeah. Should we take a look at Mamedyarov versus Dominguez? Are they still playing?
Yes, so Mamedyarov up a pawn here and quite a hefty time advantage, but Lenier should be able to hold the draw here, I think, because I don't really see how I can make progress.
Yeah, it reminds me of a kind of a difficult endgame that Lenier was trying to hold against Caruana yesterday, also down material. But you're saying here he just kind of holds the fortress, keeps the king on e6. And yes, also the white king can't really go on the other side because then you move in your king e5, king e4.
Right.
So it does seem like there's a chance to hold this, right?
Yeah, and I think this should be a draw. I mean, maybe
if you move your knight, I go king f5. Yeah, that's the thing. I just go straight in with king f5 and then give up my bishop for the pawn. So maybe bishop, I don't know, yeah, a8 is fine. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a big
he just went knight c2, so we're gonna see knight king f5.
So what is his idea after king f5? Is it to go king e3, maybe?
He's going to go knight e3 back.
Well, but that is a threefold after king e6.
Oh, already? Ah.
So he goes knight b4. All right, so let's say bishop b7. I guess you have to try king e3, but I think king e5 just holds, no?
Yes.
d6, bishop anywhere, I would think.
Yeah, and then bishop.
Or is there still a trick left? Okay, he goes bishop c8. This should be a draw.
Wow, but he
three played. I mean, still right.
Totally
you're on seconds,
trivial.
Right?
Yeah, it's not trivial.
King f5. Okay, but now I think you just go king up, right? You sack this pawn and you hope that somehow you can, you know, queen the pawn by blocking the bishop.
Yeah.
So king. Okay, king e3, king e5.
Yeah, king d3, king f5. King e3, king e5, right?
Knight c2 played. Okay. So let's go knight d4. But it seems pretty dead after bishop anywhere. Bishop a6 maybe. So king d3 is not a move.
King e5 or okay, bishop a6. Yeah, I guess you can do.
Right. Yeah, it's probably just dead. Knight c2. Last little trick you can't take because knight b4. So went back. d4, bishop c. Yeah, this one's probably just going to be a draw.
Oh yeah, well he actually has white in a kind of a zigzag here, doesn't he?
Yeah, bishop a6 is a nice move because it also stops king to d3.
Yeah, like literally white cannot move his king or his knight except to c2. We've already seen that.
But that's sort of a sign to me that this game is about to wrap up. Well, I mean, takes king e4. You're still.
He loses that one.
Or wait, takes 97.
Yeah, can he?
There you lose.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You lose that. Bishop f5. Wow, he had like 2 seconds left when he made that move. Wow.
King f3.
I mean, he's
still some tricks left in this position. Oh wait, he blundered. Oh my god, you can't stop 97. Oh my God, it's lost.
Oh man.
That is so
Wow.
sad.
That is insane. That is just insane that now that pawn is promoting. So sad.
Oh my
So
God,
sad.
GMHikaru found the last check in the position, and this is huge. Now he grabs the sole lead
Wow.
going into the final 2 rounds.
Nice job by Shaq. Can we show that last blunder?
Right, so I think Lenye just forgot that here white all of a sudden is threatening to queen his pawn, and this pawn over here is protected.
Yeah. So when the knight went first to f5, could we take that knight?
Right, you could take this knight over here.
Because I was thinking we take it and we take on c6. So that just looked king f3, king d6.
Right,
king
and you're
d4.
just
Yeah,
in
it's just a
time.
draw, just in time, right? That was like my line to make a draw. Okay. Because
Right.
let's show the way that you can lose also by not taking the knight.
Yeah, so we thought initially that black can take over here, but now knight e7.
Yeah.
And this trades down into a winning king and pawn endgame for white. It's all of this is all by one tempo. But the drawing move for black, like around here, I think after king f3, it's already really tricky because you cannot go king d5 back. Bishop e6 loses, but bishop a6 still holds. So that after c7, you can move your king back to stop 97 and take this pawn over here. But I mean, I thought this game was just over, like especially after g4. You know, I thought, okay, a couple more moves and the game will be drawn.
Yeah, well, it's tough always to be on the defending side. Still, there were tricks, and Mamedyarov did a good job of finding them, and he actually takes the sole lead. We did say that he had a pretty good setup to try to get first place today, and he uses the fact that Firouzja did not find a win in his final seconds in the game against Svidler, allowing the perpetual, and now Mamedyarov takes the sole lead, and Nepo catches up to Firouzja.
Right, yeah. So it's going to be a race between Shaq Mamedyarov, Jan Pomniachtchi, and Ali Reza. But we are going on a very short break, guys. But don't go anywhere. When we come back, Hikaru is going to play with the white piece against none other than Fabiano Caruana. So this is not a matchup you want to miss. We'll see you guys very soon. And welcome back, everyone, to the St. Louis Chess 960. And we are gearing up for round 8, where Hikaru is going to take on Fabiano Caruana with the white pieces in arena. We will have this starting position. How do you think Hikaru should start out here?
Okay, so let's take a look at those side pawns. In this position, the side pawns on the H file are protected. The A pawns actually can be targeted. Look at that. Again, we have that theme that if you move an F pawn, for example, A7 is going to hang, but I suppose it's pretty easy to protect because both sides will want to play B6 and B3. So that's probably not a very relevant consideration. Okay, so what else do we have after that? Decision about where to castle. It's fairly easy to castle king side. All you got to do is move your queen. So I do think like a move like F4, yeah, makes perfect sense. It lets out the queen, and on B6, maybe just knight G3, queen, knight G3 for starters, right?
Right, so let's say, I guess both players will have to put their pawns on F4 and F5, right, to bring the queen in. And then I guess pawn E3. It's a good question, yeah, how both players are going to start out here. But I think white is definitely going to go for a king side castle. So let's say.
Let me tell you one thing, Benjamin. You see, now maybe my move knight G3 was a mistake. Hikaru actually mentioned that in his talk with us a few days ago. He's like, try not to determine the placement of your pieces, right? Because in this position, my knight's on G3, your knight's still on H8. You can actually go G5 at some point, right? Which an option that I don't have anymore.
No, yeah, that's a very valid point, yeah.
Yeah.
After G5, I could perhaps play something like E3 followed by quick bishop H5.
Yeah, I mean, so not exactly yet, but like, you know, just at some point, like it seems like if you try to castle as white, maybe down the line, black will have that. But you know, of course, black's king on E8, yeah, it's rather weak as well, and black would need to castle queenside in order for that to happen.
Right. Yeah, and as we speak, the players are getting ready here. We see them on the live feed. I think they're getting started in a minute. But yeah, I definitely expect Hikaru to play 1 F4. He likes playing the Dutch with black. Like I feel like he always likes pushing up his F pawn. And here looks like a good move, right? Because you attack this pawn over here. So I think black probably plays this one, right? And I mean, maybe B3, right? Opening up this bishop, and then probably black at some point goes F5. And hey, maybe again, this move G4, your idea to open up the queen, this to me makes a lot of sense, to be honest.
Yeah. There's E6 with the idea of bishop H4.
And what if I go, let's say, E3 here, right? So let's say you check. I have knight at G3. And I kind of like white's position. Only question is, what am I going to do with my king?
Yeah, the problem is I could actually take an H1 and then go bishop H4.
Oh, that's a very good point. It reminds me of that line in the London, right? Where you take the knights first and then you get this check. And white, hey, we could see a bomb cloud here. Who doesn't love that?
That's crazy. That it's not even so bad.
This could actually be very tricky. And what is, ask a question for the chat. Question for the chat. What is black's best move here? What is black's best move here? This rook is under attack. You have to defend it. Well, we'll pull up the live board really soon, but question for you guys, what is the best move here? Castle's illegal. King E7, exactly. The double bomb cloud. Very good. You guys know. All right. Let's go to the game.
Let's see if you guessed Hikaru's move right. I think you actually did, Benjamin. Now he has a pawn on F5. So he went with the birds opening. Yeah, F4, B6, and F5. Wow. Well, that's, I mean, like, can we go to that move too? That's a bit unusual, right?
That's pretty aggressive. Yeah, he wants to make sure that Fabiano does not put his own pawn there. And so it feels a bit risky, but you're really putting the onus on black, right? I mean, if black doesn't do something very active, it feels like white has a very nice space advantage.
Yeah, you're just trying to stop the knight from getting out to G6, yeah.
But I like G6 by Fabiano. And also, this bishop on D8 is kind of blocked in, right? So maybe we can just go G4 here.
You pretty much have to, right? That's the only way to hold the space.
I think so, yeah. Because, I mean, you cannot go E4. I think in case of knight G3, black just takes. And if you take, you probably hang this. So let's see, is he gonna go g4? Funny, of course, like in normal chess, you would never go f4 and g4 because there would be some sort of checkmate.
Yeah, so g4 now to hold the space. They might get an early queen trade, which would be a bit disappointing.
Right, but I would think that the endgame should be quite pleasant for white. Right, like let's say black takes everything.
Yeah.
I mean, we have more space. Perhaps a quick e3 bishop h. Oh, perhaps a quick e3 bishop h5, followed by rook to g7. Of course, we have to make sure not to hang our knight over here. But I would think white should have quite a pleasant advantage. Probably black brings this bishop back to life with c5 and bishop c7. So it's probably not the end of the world for black either.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I guess Fabiana, who's thinking right now? Looks like Hikaru is on move. So is he thinking after g6? Yeah, he seems to be thinking after g6. So he's not that confident about g4 because, I mean, it's an obvious move. But at the same time, he probably doesn't want to go straight into the end game. But I have a feeling he'll still do it, though. Because
right, another move for Hikaru would be to go, let's say, e3. So in case it takes, there's bishop h5 check. But maybe just knight f7, right? Because after knight g6 we can take.
Yeah, still somehow you have a g pawn, they have an f pawn. I mean, in terms of space, that was a pretty good trade for black.
I think so too, yeah. But I think knight f7 probably just wins a pawn, right? Because in case it takes, there's this.
And too, yeah.
So he probably has to go g4. And I don't know, like f4, f5, it feels very ambitious, but also risky. So I feel like he maybe should have thought a little bit more, right, as to how he's going to deal with moves like g6.
Yeah. Well, maybe he missed the idea of like of f6, right? Because somehow Fabi, he didn't play g6 right away. Why? Like, can we take a look at why he played the move f6? Because he was afraid of white playing f6, right?
Well, I think he was worried about white taking this pawn over here, so that's why.
No.
Or you mean? Sorry.
No, I mean after g6, f6. Like that's what he didn't want, right?
Right, because if you take, then there's a very nasty check.
Oh yeah, and you just win. Well, or at least it looks like you're just winning, right? I mean, oh, your bishop's still not open. Yeah, here we go. Open the bishop and try to take the pawn. Some initiative, yeah.
Right, that's the funny thing about chess 960, that sometimes these very direct attacks on the king can be very effective because you might not have a good piece to block with. What do we see here?
Yeah, so that's why Fabi played this prophylactic f6. And now the white pawn just cannot really avoid the trade.
Yeah, so Hikaru going for a think here, but yeah, I don't really see another move besides g4. I think he really has to play it, otherwise he is already significantly worse in my opinion. Like taking here looks kind of sad. You have to really either trade. I mean, if black takes with the pawn, black has a much better structure, and here white's strategy has clearly failed. But also, I mean, let's say you take with a knight or with the queen. I mean, it looks pretty pleasant for black, right? I mean, you have a lot of activity, but the good news is that g4 is on the board.
Yeah, so he did finally do it. I'm just looking at some of the other positions, like Svidler Mamedyarov is also a very creative position. And
stuff happening here as well. Okay, so f4, b6, f5 as well by Svidler, e5 by Shaq, b4, f6, and now c4. Let's go bishop b3, bishop b7 by Shaq to attack this. I guess you cannot sack the pawn, right? Because I think black just takes, and he always has knight f7 or bishop d5 to block that, and which is why Svidler plays a3.
Yeah, it's funny how in Fisher Random, white can definitely be worse quite frequently. And it's not like white has this advantage of the first move, so they're always better like they are in regular chess, right? Here, it's because the positions are so unbalanced, unusual. If you pick the wrong strategy, you can be like doing badly on move 5.
Yeah, no, definitely. And in the meantime, by the way, Fabiana has traded on f5 and played the move c5, another idea that we discussed to bring the bishop back to life through the c7 square. So now Hikaru has an option. If he wants to keep the queens on the board, he has
Oh,
knight
he'll
g3.
definitely do that. I don't think there's any doubt. Like,
I think it's a good move
yeah.
because it feels like black's queen is harder to activate than white's queen, right? Because you have more space. And now this whole idea with e3 and bishop h5 is kind of tricky. And I think white just has to move this bishop out of the way, and then he can go queenside castles, right? So let's say black could castle here. I think we go here, followed by castles. And I kind of like white's position. Also, no, wait, I thought here, but black's knight can capture.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think you definitely will want to keep the queens on the board. How did you get that? You castled already. Yeah, that's
right. Yeah.
Okay. Did he? No, he didn't. He actually played, I think, pawn to e3. He just opened up his bishop.
Right. So he's allowing the endgame. Now let's see whether Fabiano will go for it. He doesn't. Okay, so bishop c7 and now bishop h5. Okay, knight f7, because I mean you don't want to go king d8. Right, so I expect him to go here. Then maybe Hikaru's idea is just a castle, right? Because like let's say you take and you castle. White still has a nasty initiative after rook g7. So there might not be an easy way for black to solve the problems, right? Because you also cannot castle right here, because that loses a piece. So then the question becomes, how do you entangle? Like you can take the pawn on h2, but to me that seems rather risky because again, you end up in this pin, which seems pretty nasty.
Yeah, I guess there is a reason he didn't play knight g3. Yeah, he doesn't actually. So he's thinking he's going to use the g file, even if the queens are coming off the board. And the knight on h1 can just stay on that square for a bit longer. So
Right,
Fabi blocked the check with knight f7, and Hikaru was reaching for a piece, and he just castled queenside.
Yeah, good move by Hikaru, I think. So let's see how Fabiano is going to continue here. He definitely still has some problems to solve. Of course, he could also develop this knight, maybe to come to help to guard this knight over here. But the problem is, as soon as the knight lands on e5, I think white will always be looking at the move d4. So I don't know. I mean, I think black should probably refrain from trading. So what about, let's say, knight c6?
So do we want to go? Yeah, I was going to say queen f2 maybe to try to go rook g1.
That's a nice idea. Yeah.
I mean, you have queen g5 and then maybe queen h6.
Right, queen g5 is a good one, right? Because now you hit the bishop and dropping back is a bit of a pity.
Yeah.
So it doesn't seem easy for white to increase the pressure. Maybe rook f2 followed by this, but it seems a bit what's it called? A bit artificial. So
well, right now Hikaru is up from the board.
All right, he's doing some push-ups. Meanwhile, Fabiano flexing his biceps or biceps. So let's see. Yeah. I mean, to me, knight c6 looks most natural, I think.
Yeah, knight c6 and okay, let's say we play knight g3 there.
Right, so this does give black the opportunity to castle.
So should I be playing just knight c3? Yeah, maybe time to bring out both knights. Go knight d5. Yeah.
Right, and here we really see the space advantage on full display because black's pieces are kind of cramped, right? And white's pieces have nice outposts. So I really like this one for Hikaru. Like 95 looks like a pretty nasty idea. Because
I gotta say this. Go ahead.
You're liking a good square for your bishop, right? But go ahead.
So like if queen g5 here.
But then maybe knight c. Although knight c4, I guess queen h6.
Queen h6 or queen h4, yeah.
So then maybe like bishop back because this is a threat.
I'm threatening your knight and then your bishop. So
actually, I could go here because if you take, I take it to queen.
Queen takes, yeah. Nice checkmate.
So maybe 95 first, but I guess you move the bishop here. If I could go 94, I'd be happy, but fortunately that drops the bishop, so maybe I have to move. But again, then there might be some sort of move like this.
Hikaru is looking confident, though. I gotta say that you can definitely tell when Hikaru likes his position, and I feel like, the folded arms and getting up from the board. And Yeah, I think this game is at least starting out in a promising way for him.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's yeah, it's definitely looking good for him. And as we discussed before, Fabiano has some problems to solve, right? Especially this pin over here is pretty nasty to deal with. And again, I don't see how he can easily solve that. So we'll see what he's going to come up with. A move like Queen G5 here doesn't look good because I guess you take, and I mean, Bishop G7, they're still here, but maybe you just bring more pieces. And altogether, it just all looks pretty nasty. And he has just played the move Knight C6, the move that we discussed.
Yeah, I see our chat is also discussing the idea of Gary doing commentary with Yasser. And honestly, I think that would be a pretty cool thing to do. Maybe a nice thing for him to try out. Actually, since he's retired, I don't think he's ever found himself in the commentary role. I mean, he's written a series of books. He's done some training of young players in the Kasparov, Young Stars program. Worked with Magnus, worked with Hikaru. But he hasn't really done commentary, and I actually think he would be excellent at that, And I don't mean that in a way like he shouldn't play anymore, just, stick to commentary. But I just think he would be actually great at it, and it would be a treat for the chess world in a different way.
Yeah, no, definitely. I'd be very interested to see Gary as a commentator. And as you mentioned, I don't think I've ever seen him do commentary on a event. So I think he definitely has great insight. So as you mentioned, it would definitely be a treat.
I mean, at this point, it might be more than a treat. Then he's done tons of commentary on politics. LOL. Yeah. Well, yeah, the politics commentary is. I mean, we already know all about that. I think we know all the positions there, but the chess stuff is more interesting.
Right. Yeah.
My personal thing is like, I prefer when chess players stay out of politics. Chess is just a much better game.
Right. Yeah. We'll just talk about a board game. Nothing too important. In the meantime, Fabiano has traded on G1 and played long castles. So I feel like here we discussed this position, right? Probably Hikaru missed an opportunity to go knight at G3 because it felt kind of unpleasant for black if white keeps the queens on. And here black's problems seem kind of solved because rook G7 is not a big problem anymore because your pawn on E7 is defended. So you could go, let's say knight H6, right? Hitting this pawn over here.
All right, so knight H6, and if I take an H7, you take an F5 with a perfectly nice position. Yeah. We don't want that. Mm-hmm.
I mean, E4 doesn't seem like a move I want to make because it gives black a lot of squares. So I don't know. I mean, it's a bit of a pity. It felt like he had a great position out of the gates, but now he actually has to be a little bit careful, perhaps. This pawn is weak. This pawn on F5 could be a weakness. Black's pieces are pretty active. So I think white needs to be a bit careful here.
So
the
after
boards
castles
are in this. Oh, on the board on the left. Well, this is the live position. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, so black already castled queenside, yeah.
Right. Yeah.
So the problem here is, this pawn on H2 is a bit of a problem. The bishop on A1 is blocked by the F pawn, while the bishop on A8 is actually not blocked by anything. So I can see how this could be a bit annoying for Hikaru.
Right.
How did this happen, Benjamin? How did these unfavorable things happen?
Well, so Fabiano played knight at C6, and here, as we discussed, we felt like Hikaru should have played knight at G3.
Sure, he didn't. He just played knight C3 right away.
Right. And now black just took and played long castles.
Yeah, you see, the problem is, like, I think just Hikaru shouldn't trade queens. Just,
Right, yeah,
just in general, just don't trade queens. Like, play the middle game. Like that's more I think his forte. I mean, of course you can play good end games, but like, I just don't think like his heart sings when he enters, an end game right from the middle game, right? So I'm not sure why he was willing to do that.
yeah. That's a very good point. Yeah, I think we'll leave it up to the chat to very gently tell him that after the games today.
Yeah,
like, hey,
Hikaru's a
Hikaru, I've been
phenomenal.
studying your game, but I feel like you should keep the queens off. Respectfully, chat. Okay.
Yeah.
I did not say those words, sir. But okay, Hikaru just played knight to d5. So now the first question is, can Fabiano take here? Although I guess rook g7 is there, right? So maybe the more reserved bishop d6.
They want me to say it, Benjamin. They want me to get in trouble. Give some more of my chess advice. Yeah. Who is the most handsome world chess champion of all time? Irina.
Didn't we get this question another time? I think we decided on Magnus and Jose, right?
Oh, well, those are pretty good. Those are pretty good, I think, guesses. But I would say also Mikhail Tal, when he was young, he was certainly very nice looking guy. Actually, I would also say, Fischer, charismatic, has a charismatic appearance for sure. Like I saw in his interviews from the time that, around the time he became world champion, I think on the Dick Cavett show. I mean, I could definitely see him not really having a problem with the ladies.
Right, yeah. Well, I think, didn't he say in one of his interviews, like, I repel women?
Did he say that? I mean,
I think he did, yeah.
I mean, maybe, but not like with his physical appearance, I think.
Right. Yeah. People are saying Hikaru never became a world champion, so we're sorry.
Not yet, yeah. Hans Niemann, chess drama is stupid. Okay, yeah. You guys still talking about that? I thought we were talking about.
Did you read that he was offered $1 million?
For what? To advertise anal beads? Like
no, to play chess naked on like a webcam website.
Really?
Right. Wow. Yeah, that's what I read. Yeah.
That's insane. I mean, that's quite the career advancement.
I mean, yeah, I don't know, like $1 million. It's a lot of money. On OnlyHands, yeah.
And OnlyHands, not his opponent, right?
Right, yeah.
Oh,
yeah, easy
hilarious.
plus $1 million. I think Chad would do it. Chad would easily do it. No, OnlyHands.
Well, right. I mean, it's like even the St. Louis people didn't require that from him, so it was nice of him to offer.
Right, but the guy that reached out to him, the CEO of the website, he was like, yeah, you can prove the haters wrong once and for all.
Yeah, I wonder how that would work. Like for him to play his online events, like, yeah, I don't think he's going to do that. I think that's a little too much.
Right.
Yeah.
We'll see.
I mean, yeah, no, not for $1 million is not worth that humiliation. What do you think, Benjamin?
It's a good question. I was thinking, if you can, put your keyboard to hide your stuff, maybe it's something you can consider.
Yeah, maybe exactly like that. I mean,
right, but knight h6 is on the board by Fabiano Caruana. Because of chat, we went off topic for a second there. So now Hikaru can grab the bishop pair. And then maybe after
most guys would do it for 10K. Yeah, well, guys, there is this thing called a human dignity. All right. So, it's worth different things to different people. And yeah, of course, there's people who are just totally fine with that just to begin with. You don't even have to pay them anything. They'll just do it. Right. So.
Right. Yeah. They would pay people
to watch them or something. But I'm just saying, for someone who's not, let's say, not comfortable with that, you know, then that's kind of a big impediment. And the money, I don't know if it's worth it. Yeah, it's not humiliating at all if people are confident about themselves. Yeah, I don't think it has to do with that, actually. There's people who just have different worldviews, and you know, even if they're super confident about how they look and they think they're the most beautiful person in the world, they would have some other issues about that. But anyway, anyway, don't want to give away too much of my worldview. Yeah. So let's get back to this position. I mean, Hikaru's position has really improved while we've been talking about Hans playing in the buff. I mean, that's great. Sometimes you just got to distract yourselves to give his position a chance to improve.
Right, yeah. So rook to g8 was just played by Fabiano, perhaps preparing some sort of rook g5 move to hit this over here. Because I guess the idea is like, let's say Hikaru plays d3, for example, right? I think he wants to go here, provoke h4, and then go back, and then rook g7, because now the knight is loose. So we'll see what white is going to do. He has the two bishops, but they're not the greatest two bishops, right? I mean, this one is kind of stuck staring at this pawn over here. This one is controlling some squares, but white doesn't have easy targets. So I'm very curious to see how Hikaru is going to proceed here. I mean, maybe something like d4 trying to create some tension in the center.
Yeah, it doesn't look well. Okay, let's see. Hikaru has the bishop pair advantage, right? So that's the good part. Of course, the bishop in a1 is not amazing. The position is very close. There's still 7 pawns on the board. So overall, I can't say this is the most exciting position I've ever seen. Benjamin, what do you think?
Yeah, no, I mean, maybe Hikaru has a slight edge due to the two bishops, but I think he has to play very accurately. Also, this pawn on f5 is a little bit weak. Like, if white has the option, I think you would happily push his pawn back, but sadly, that's not how chess works. But people are saying check out the Firouzja game. Let's have a very quick look. So
like
what do you
winning.
think? Yeah, looks very good. I mean, black's up a pawn.
Wow.
Also, this king on b1 feels kind of airy. So I really like Firouzja's chances here.
Wow. I mean,
this king over here is sitting completely naked, and he's
I was gonna make that exact joke. You know, that I hope he's getting paid a lot of money to look like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can see the black queen coming down to d2 at some points in this game. Well, let's check out the obvious line, right? Like the really obvious line. Okay, he played bishop b2, but if you just put it back, let's just check out why you can't take the pawn on f5.
Well, right. I think if you take an f5, I mean, yeah, the king is really exposed over here on b1. And if you just grab some more pawns. A
lot of pawns, yeah.
Right. So, yeah, looking very good for Firouzja, who can potentially catch up with Shaq. By the way, Nepo already drew with Wesley. So let's have a very quick look what happened here. So the game started off kind of normally, but one way or another, they just got... Wesley just wanted to make a draw with Nepo, is what it seems.
Wow. Oh. You thought that leapfrogging over Hikaru was kind of enough for the tournament? Okay.
Right. So then we also have Shaq. If Shaq wins this one, he's very close to clinching the tournament. And it looks great, doesn't it? I mean, rook takes f5, you are... No, the material's equal, but it feels like black has a great initiative. No, wait, black is up a pawn? I think black's up a pawn. Or am I crazy?
Okay, 3, 6, 7. Yeah, no, yeah, black is not up a pawn.
Well, if he takes here, then
he takes, then he's up a pawn, yeah. And
people are...
king is not castled, and actually, I mean, just looks really good for black, doesn't it?
Yeah, it looks pretty good. I mean, you're up a pawn. Pawn on d2 is always weak. I think you'll have to play queen e2, only move.
Yeah, and then like bishop c2, but I mean, yeah, I guess you're threatening knight g3, knight e4 ideas, perhaps.
It's still tricky because e4 is very weak. Yeah. This pawn over here is weak, so it looks good for Shaq.
Can't move. Yeah, the knight on b8 cannot move at all.
Right, but yeah, still a lot of accuracy required. In the meantime, we have more moves in Hikaru's game. So after rook to g8, Hikaru played rook f1, rook g5, and rook f4, and rook d g8 by Hikaru by Fabiano. Now he's starting to take here. right? Like, let's say
Yeah.
you don't do anything, or more important, you take here. So what should Hikaru play? What does he do about that? Maybe rook f1? But then knight g4. Huh.
And then he just trades and it looks very drawish, right?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I would even slightly prefer black here because, again, black has rook h4. The rook is kind of active. You maybe move the knight out of the way, and
Yeah, you still make a draw after like rook f2 and right. I mean, what okay. You're going with d5. You can improve some more, yeah.
yeah, maybe maybe d5, d4, block the bishop, and then you can go knight e5 to g4. So Hikaru has played rook e1.
You know, I
Okay,
wanted
so
to say something, Benjamin. So I think someone said hello to us. He said, "Hi, Hikaru's puppets." Now I read it like Hikaru's prophets. Okay, we're gonna pretend you said that.
Well, I mean, we are just the commentators here. I mean, if you think that the people who are commentating on the Chess.com channel or the St. Louis channel are puppets, then sure. But let's see what Fabiano is going to do. I think knight g4 is definitely the move here. Profits, yeah.
Yeah. All right.
I don't know. I feel like trading on g4 is very sad. Like, yeah, he shouldn't do that. But then what else, right?
Yeah, because h2 is a big problem, and yeah, you kind of have to take. So this is all about to happen. Like, oh, it's already on the board. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Bishop f7. You're just oh, that's what he played, yeah.
Oh, this is the idea. So rook g7 after h4, the rook is trapped. So you probably go to f8. And now, are there any tricks? I mean, you can go h4.
Oh, this is interesting. h4, rook g7, and knight h5 is an interesting idea.
Right. So if you take now white as the g file, and I think we're comfortably better. If black does this, I don't think we can take, because after rook g1, there's still h5, and black wins the game. But perhaps we can go rook g1 first. Right now, this is a big threat, so black is probably forced to go here. And after this trade, white is probably a bit better, right? We have the open g file, and white's pieces are just slightly more active.
Yeah, well, that would be a good outcome for him. Definitely.
Yeah. And rook f8 has just been played by Fabiano, right? Because like moving the bishop, let's say to here, just hangs a pawn, right? And I think black happily takes it. Oh, and knight e4 is on the board. Okay, Fabiano instantly played rook to g7. Oh, but he could have done something very sneaky. Like he could have gone knight h6. And if you take, you take. This on attack and this on attack. Here. Now apparently rook g1. Because again, if you move the bishop, black takes here. But what do you think? Don't you think this might be a slightly better version for black? This endgame, because the knight on e4 is a little bit loose instead of the knight being on h5. Like maybe now black starts off with this. You know, and f5 is kind of weak.
Knight g3. Yeah, I mean, so play this.
Yeah, right, white still has a slight pull.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, we have the only open file. I mean, if we get e4, d3, it looks still pretty unpleasant for black, I should say. I mean, this bishop on a8, if you're not careful, can just get locked in.
Let me try. Okay, yeah, and if let me try a move here for black, just to show some examples of bad moves. Like, how about king d6 to try to go e6?
Right, I think now, right, so e4.
Right, and so when I go e6, it's like it only helps the knight get to f5, right? Yeah.
Right, yeah, I think we're happy to actually put our pawns on the color of the bishop to completely lock it in.
Yeah.
Also, our king can walk up the board, and this rook will probably do some damage through g8. Hikaru down to 5 minutes, though. Let's see. I mean, he must see rook to g1. I mean, I'm sure he sees it. But maybe he's not sure as to how big his advantage is in the endgame, if at all.
Yeah, so Hikaru is thinking after, okay, let's go back to the life position. This is it, right?
Right, yeah, this is the life
Thinking
position.
about
Yeah,
rook
Hikaru,
d1. Yeah. And
he's down 2 minutes now. He's got to move. I mean, I would think this is the only move because if you if you move the bishop back, like black takes here and it's just up a pawn. And he goes to h5. Okay, so he's hoping that if black takes, he will trap his knight, right? So I like the idea, like rook g2, there's rook f2. And after this, there's no discoveries because white will just capture this knight first. But it appears that black has rook back to just defend this knight over here. Now there's no bishop f7.
right. And what are we doing about the h2 pawn hanging? h3.
So let's say h3. Apparently knight h6.
But now, I mean, now the g file belongs to black, which is like the opposite of what we wanted. So this is not a good outcome. And this is kind of what we're getting on the board. I think we have knight h6 and Hikaru just played something on in the center. Do you see his last move?
Is it like no, Hikaru played bishop h. Ah,
made some moves, yeah.
Right, so let's go back. So bishop h5, knight h6 was played by Fabiano. And Hikaru played, I can't tell. Was it d4? I think it's d4.
D4, yeah.
Huh.
He played that really fast, but
now black could enter, but I think his idea is that in case black takes, he wants to recapture. Here, maybe d5. And if the knight moves, I don't know where, first of all.
Knight e5.
Then something with d6, and that's his idea.
Yeah, not the A, Benjamin.
Oh, sorry, e5.
Yeah, e5, yeah.
White is a funny idea here. White can take and go f6. Sack the rook, but you take here, and somehow it works out for white. Pretty shocking.
Wow.
But yeah, d4 definitely throws a lot of fuel on the fire. So let's see what Fabiano is going to do. I mean, I don't think you should go d5 to stop d5 from white, because then that's like knight c3. This becomes more or less, it becomes very difficult to defend. Also, bishop f3 is coming. So I think he just has to allow this pawn push, and maybe go for his own play.
So something like rook g2, but then allowing them to take on c5 and taking on h2. Yeah, that's interesting. And he actually does it. Yeah, rook g2, activating the rook and going for the h2 pawn. The problem is the bishop on a1, right? It's not a great piece. It stares into the f6 pawn without that much of a hope of becoming better in this game.
Right, so I think that's why Hikaru played the move d4 to try to open it up. But here, it doesn't really seem to work out, because I like this move rook g2 by Fabiano. He's keeping the e file closed. And now I think d5 is sort of just a loose shot. I mean, maybe just knight b4 puts white in a world of trouble. So Hikaru captures the pawn on c5. Now Fabiano takes here, hitting the bishop. You can always include a check here, but it's not really necessary yet. I mean, maybe you just drop the bishop back. Let's say to d1. He does capture on b6. Okay, AB by Fabiano, I expect. And that's what we see. And bishop d1 on the board. Right, maybe now it's time to activate this knight.
Yeah, still looking pretty nice for black. After knight e5, it's a simple move. Putting the knight in the center, opening up the bishop. And if you take it, well, you really can't take it. So I would say that's the problem with that, is that it's a very simple move for black. He will certainly play that. White's pieces are very, I would say, very awkward here. Yeah, neither of the bishops is good. So despite the fact that you have the bishop pair, neither of them are good. I mean, black's rook is already on the second. He has a chance to go rook g8 and put the other rook on the second. And Hikaru's rooks are not doing much. So I really feel like, somehow this endgame just hasn't worked out at all for him.
Yeah, no, I agree 100%. I mean, also this pawn on f5 is kind of weak, and I don't really see how we can come up with some active counterplay. Like, I like this move 95, and then, as you mentioned, rook g8 to g2, and it just looks tough. It looks tough. I don't really see any active ideas, to be honest. But okay, Fabiano is thinking, and Hikaru is up 50 seconds on the clock, and we know what he's capable of if it comes down to a time scramble. I don't know though why he would stand up with only like less than 4 minutes on the clock. That, to me, that's kind of odd, right?
That he was doing what?
Oh, like, why would you stand up if you have less than 4 minutes?
Oh yeah. Well, it's a good question. Okay, Hikaru, you got to bring your defensive skills. Absolutely.
What about rook e2 here, right? To try to get rid of the rook on the second rank. I mean, it does sacrifice a pawn. Because knight to c3, just to illustrate real quick. Like, could have captured a pawn here. Although, it doesn't win a pawn, because you take here. Still,
we just heard that Shaq blundered against Svidler. Do you want to take a quick look at that?
Let's have a very quick look. So we left off right over here. He played g6, okay. He was doing very well here.
Yeah, he was doing great. Okay, but something happened.
Oh, I think already here you put yourself in a world of trouble. And then he just allowed this one, blundering the exchange. Queen c7, great move by Peter.
Oh, wow.
Because the endgame
is beating him, and he's got tons of time. And yeah, oh, poor Mamedyarov. I feel bad for him.
Right, because in the endgame, you're in a world of trouble. Because if you move the rook, there's this. So he went h5. Now Svidler just traded down, and oh, that is so nice. And you can just take here and literally take everything. Yeah, this looks completely busted for Mamedyarov. And he's also done it 24 seconds.
That means Firouzja is now going to wrest the lead from him. And now it also depends how Nepo drew. So Nepo and Firouzja are going to be, well, Nepo is going to have caught up with Mamedyarov, I think. That's, but Firouzja is going to take the sole lead. Nepo. Actually, Nepo and Mamedyarov are tied now. Yeah. So then it's going to be Nepo and Firouzja.
No, Nepo already made a draw. He's on 5.5. But Firouzja, if he wins his game and it's looking like that, he's going to grab the sole lead. So is Firouzja really going to win every single event in St. Louis?
Well, seems to be a pretty good chance. Well, I don't know. It depends on whether Hikaru can stop him or not. Because our guy Hikaru has something to say about that right in the final rounds. And that's why I hope that he just doesn't lose this game so he doesn't wind up feeling dispirited. Because if he loses two, I mean, he knows he's already not fighting for the top places. But if he loses both to start with, like, I don't know if he's going to put up the best game against Firouzja. And I would like to see him like as motivated as possible playing like the guy that's in first place.
Yeah, but it is looking tough. I mean, look at these knights in the center. I mean, there's no way to get rid of them. And Black could even just start pushing the h-pawn. I mean, what are you going to do, right? H5, h4, maybe put this rook behind. Try h4, move this rook out of the way in h3. And since these knights control so many squares.
I mean, both of these bishops are just like totally dominated, and the bishop on d1 is like must be one of the worst bishops ever.
Right, and the nice thing for Fabiano is that his plan is so easy, right? That's really what you need in a blitz game. You just need to make easy moves, and you're just going to push the h-pawn down. I don't see how Hikaru can stop it.
Yeah, well, Hikaru has said, you know, that it's like sometimes you play games and just wonder why am I playing this? Why am I playing this format? I'm sure he might have a feeling like that looking at his position right now.
Yeah. I don't know. It's looking tough. It's looking tough.
I mean, it's actually, you know, that all four of his pieces are worse than all four of the opponent's pieces. It's not even like one bad piece.
Yeah. Well, he's trying to activate one now with the rook coming to g7. But I think Black could even just, let's say, push rook g7. Now, I don't want to allow this, so maybe rook h8. And if you take, I happily give up the pawn.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't see how you're stopping this.
Yeah,
like this knight e5 is still a monster, and this bishop on d1 is just a spectator.
Yep. Oh. Hikaru used to be such a boss in 960. Well, honestly, he can be. It's just that sometimes you have a bad day. Like yesterday, he looked great. These two games, I mean, it's like, just, sometimes you just need to follow simple ideas like no queen trade, not early on in the game, not until you've built up a nice advantage, I just think like for his style, like he just needs more complexity. Like that's where he is going to be able to outplay these guys. Irina is a boss in 960. Yeah, not exactly. but thank you.
But there's one game we haven't had a look at yet. It's the game between.
Oh, yeah. I was gonna say let's look at Dominguez
Gary flag.
Yeah, I wanted to see that because I was like really wanting to see that Gary getting on the board against Dominguez. I think that was a good chance, and somehow that's not what happened. He literally flagged. That's just terrible. I mean, it just goes from worse to worse. I mean, is he trying to set a record here? It's really not a good idea.
Yeah. Anish Giri, I saw him tweeting like almost an hour ago. Kasparov will strike back in the last 2 rounds. Where can I place my bet? Well, I'm happy for him that he probably didn't place a bet knowing our good friend. But yeah, I mean, it feels like it's better, right? But to lose on time, I mean, it's kind of sad.
I know. And I mean, it's not like Dominguez is, the most dangerous player in this field, right? So it's just, I mean, he's also kind of a target in a way for the other players.
Right. In the meantime, I'm kind of surprised that Hikaru didn't play rook to g7 here, hitting this pawn. But he played king b1, and Fabiano getting very low on the clock here. I thought this knight was doing great here.
All right, maybe we'll see some randomness happen, and he can pull this out.
Right, 20 seconds for Fabiano. Manca steer. What is he going to... Wait, what happened? I have no idea.
No, guys, I'm definitely not saying anything bad about linear. It's just kind of a fact that the faster time controls are not his favorite. So I don't think it's an accident that he struggled in the blitz in St. Louis, and now this chess 960. I mean, some people are just not as good in the faster time controls. He's a very strong player and he gets great positions, but the conversion part has been kind of difficult. So that's all. Yeah, I definitely like and respect linear a lot.
Hikaru made a pretty bad blunder here. He went rook to b4, allowing check, and then knight back. This knight is now totally dominating the board.
What was he supposed to do? Oh,
this one looks very, very tough. Again, this h1 is so strong.
He hasn't managed to improve his pieces. Oh man, he's unhappy. He's unhappy seeing that.
He's shaking his head. Looking tough. And knight f6 by Fabiano.
What was the blunder? Can you show us, or should we just keep watching them and come back?
Yeah, so here he was actually very close to being completely back in the game. Like, let's say go king b2 or maybe rook g6.
Yeah.
But he went rook to b4, and I wonder, did he completely overlook knight c3 check?
Yeah, why would you invite the knight in? It just isn't.
Or maybe he missed it and I can jump back.
He probably missed knight d5. Yeah, he missed knight d5.
Anyway, all of this happened. h4. Yeah, there goes the h pawn. I don't see how he stopped. He goes b4, but I don't think it's really going to do anything. h3 by Fabiano.
He hates his position.
e4, another great move. Now maybe king e5. Pick up this one.
You think?
c4. Yeah, I don't see how you're holding this together after king e5. Looking tough.
Maybe c5, and then there's just b5 or something, right?
Yeah, probably that is what you have to try, right? I mean, takes b5. Yeah. But it feels very unrealistic. This could ever work. Anyway, rook d2, another great move by Fabiano, hitting this bishop, and bishop c2, h2. I don't know. I mean, I think it's just all falling apart. King c3, rook e2. That one is also going to drop. I think you're just going to be down a lot of pawns. Rook h6. e5, I would think. This knight is controlling so many squares. It's so annoying. Yeah, Fabi's huge arms was probably threw Hikaru off here. Rook e2, good move. This blunders a bishop, so you can't do that.
Oh yeah, bishop e4. There's rook e3. Yeah.
King c3. I mean, I think just king e5. Just activating the king, and there it is. And white can just c5. Takes b5. Okay, he's trying to okay, but knight d5 now is game over. King b3, c4, and you're losing a piece. Hikaru made a gesture like he sort of resigned, but he hasn't resigned yet. Okay, knight takes c3 now. Still, there's b6, takes king b3, but rooks or king there, but anything is winning here.
Yeah, wow. Black has like a million extra pawns at the end. Oh man. That's okay. It's a slightly sad way to start the day. I feel like these two games, okay, so he also lost to Wesley. Yeah, Wesley and Fabi. And against Wesley, yeah, once it also got into the end game, right? That's where like the problems well, I mean, the middle game also wasn't clear. I would just say that these were two tough games for him. Like somehow he didn't really manage to create his type of position, right?
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, like you mentioned, yeah, he probably needs to keep the queens on. That's when he's at his best. And yeah, Alireza did win his game with the black piece against Von Aronian. So he grabs the sole lead going into the final round. We see Hikaru and Fabiano discussing the game here briefly.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think he was doing all right, but the critical moment was really around here.
When he allowed queen trade, yeah.
I think if he goes knight g3, he has a slight advantage, right? He's blocking this rook from entering the position. He has the two bishops. They're not worth a whole lot just yet, but it's a tiny bit better. But after d4, rook g2, here's really where his problem started, because this pawn on c5 is not really that relevant. And black takes here. And I also noticed that eventually black gets this very nice outpost for his knight on e5. So that's really where all his problems started.
Yeah, well, now he's going to be black against Alireza. I think that's what is waiting for us in the 9th round. And obviously, well, what are the pairings for the 9th round? So he's black against Alireza, Mamedyarov white against Aronian, and Nepo white against Dominguez. Okay, I really got to give the advantage to Nepo there. Just because, yeah, I mean, he's playing someone who is clearly in the second half of the standings. And
right.
Aronian and Naka are, more dangerous, I think, opponents. I mean, Aronian's not doing great either. Honestly, he and Dominguez have almost the same number of points. And so as well as Hikaru. So, but still, yeah, I do think Nepo's got the lead, and I think Nepo.
Well, Nepo is half a point behind Firouzja.
Yeah.
So Firouzja's half a point ahead, but Nepo has a easier pairing, right, with the white piece against Dominguez.
Yeah.
So I think those two have the best cards, so to speak, to win. But I mean, also Shaq and Fabiano, I mean, they also have all the chance in the world to win their last game because they're playing with white in the final round. So I think it's going to be a very exciting finale.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, okay, Hikaru can't win the tournament, but he can definitely play a spoiler role. I think it's nice to always have something to play for. And I think that to at least have the chance to make an impact on the tournament, even if you can't win yourself, is a nice feeling. Like that, I think that was the way we felt when we were playing India in the last round at the Olympiad. Like we actually were kind of possibly technically in the hunt for medals ourselves, although we knew that was very unlikely. But just like playing a team that was on, the leader going for the gold medal, like you knew that your match mattered and it was motivating. And so I feel like it should motivate Hikaru to play someone who is in first place right now, and to try to show that, okay, he's in first place, but actually I can play an unexpected role here.
Yeah, no, yeah, you make a very good point, and also pretty similar to us at the Olympiad in the last round. We played against Uzbekistan, the eventual winners. But yeah, with all that being said and done, you guys, we are going to be taking a very short break, but don't go anywhere. When we come back, Hikaru is going to play Ali Reza Firouzja with the black pieces. Can he play the spoil? Can he play the role of spoiler? We are going to find out, and we'll see you guys very soon. And welcome back, everyone, to the final round of action in the St. Louis Chess 960 arena. Hikaru is facing off with the black pieces against the leader, Elias and Firouzja, and we have this starting position. How do you think both players should go about developing their pieces here?
Yeah, okay. So one thing I'll say that is interesting is that in the last round, he's playing Firouzja, and these players have something in common, which is that they tend to look at the position that they're given by themselves instead of analyzing with anyone. So it's kind of funny that they're matched up in the last round. I'm sure they continue that, they're just thinking on their own here. All right, so we got the two bishops locked in the corner, definitely tempting to open up the bishop on, let's say, h8 or h1. But of course, the problem is you need to open up both of them. So I guess like for black, I am seeing g6, f5 as kind of moves that black wants to play in the near future to open those bishops. That really seems like the best way to get the bishops out. Now, other things that black can do. Well, e5. The problem is if you put the pawns in the center on e5 or d5, like your bishops are always going to point into them, right? So you're going to limit the scope of your bishops a little bit. On the other hand, can you go something like d5, knight c6, queen d7, and castle's queenside? Yeah, it's maybe possible to do something like that. So yeah, those are my thoughts, Benjamin. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. I think both players will probably be looking to open up these bishops. So I would think a move like f4 for white makes a lot of sense. I think black will probably answer that with f5 himself. In the case of g3, g6, I think this will be a very solid approach for both players to start out the game. White could also play g4, right, to get g4 and f4. I think that'd be very ambitious, but I think here probably black will play g5, right? Or, I mean, if he wants, he could also keep it symmetrical with g6, f4, and f5. This should also be fine. So I feel like, you know, we talked about this before, right? There are starting positions where white does have quite a serious advantage, but I think this is one where black should be pretty fine. And now we can also look at central pushes. I think if white goes d4, I think we'll go f5, you know, play the Dutch with g6. I was just wondering, what do we do in case of white going e4? Because if we go g5, perhaps white grabs the full center here, and that's always a little bit risky.
Yeah, so I'm seeing Fabi analyzing with Aronian, and they've got, yes, is it the F pawns that have moved? Yeah, F4, F5, and then like some kind of a knight out, like knight C3. I think that's, oh, look, we got Firouzja on the camera with his sheet of paper. Svidler not talking to Gary this time. Maybe this is just too much already. 8 rounds.
Well, they're playing each other.
Oh, they're playing each other. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that makes sense. Okay.
So big question, like, is Svidler going to give him a pity draw? Or, I mean, Svidler still has, I mean, he doesn't really have anything to play for, right? I mean, of course.
Oh, Gary's analyzing with Wesley. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Interesting.
So let's see. I think this game, because Svidler is he's pretty much already guaranteed to win 7,500. I don't think he can work himself up from the, although, you know, if he wins, if he wins, he could move up to 6th place, and 6th place wins you 10 grand. So there's still incentive for Svidler to play. And okay, I think it'd be weird if he, you know, gives Gary a pity draw. But on the other hand, I mean, they're just going to play the game. I mean, you know,
I think they should just play it. I mean, obviously they've been working with each other this whole tournament, so they're friendly. I'm sure Peter would take no pleasure in winning. I'm quite sure about that. I don't think any player in this tournament at this point would. But at the same time, I mean, you are paid to be there to produce games for the fans. And I just think it's not really a good look to agree to a draw. Like, I don't think Kasparov would want that either. So I really think these players have no choice but just to play a real game with each other.
Yeah, and I think 100%. Yeah, there's all the players are paid pretty well to play here. So as you mentioned, they do owe it to the fans to show some good chess.
Yeah.
But yeah, of course, as you mentioned, I think if Spieler wins, he will probably have some bittersweet feelings about that. And I think nobody really wants to see Gary finish on 0 out of 9. So we'll see how this one is going to proceed. Gary does have the white pieces. We'll see what he's going to come up with.
Yeah, hopefully Wesley is giving him some good ideas.
Right.
Yeah, it's good to see that he's working with someone. And Svidler, yeah, Svidler just decided to, I think, figure it out on his own. And let's see, do we see Hikaru yet?
I don't see him. I think usually he's just sitting on his own with a sheet. But yeah, I think a move like f4 is very likely, and I think Black will just answer it with f5, right? Like f5, g6, I think that will be the normal setup.
Yeah.
Because again, I think in case of g4, there's g6. If white is ambitious, again, this maybe you can go for e4. And in case of, I think if Black goes symmetrical, I wonder if what white can do here. I mean, there's f4 again. Yeah, maybe this is unpleasant, because now you can't get f5 in properly, and white probably gets a big center. So I think e4 is a very ambitious move here. Black can consider going f5, but it feels risky, right? I mean, g5, d4. If you don't know what you're, although d6, I guess, this looks pretty reasonable. Maybe this is how they will continue. And same thing, like after e4, you can also go g5 here, d4 again, f5 is there, and then d6. So perhaps we'll see games starting out like this. I think f4, f5 should be pretty reasonable for Black.
Yeah, I mean, f4 is definitely the most sensible move. But for someone who's trying to get maybe a more imbalanced game, e4 is also possible. What if e4, e5? What was your idea there?
I think f4 is pretty nice for white.
Oh, because now I can't play f5. I can't keep the symmetry.
Exactly. And this looks unpleasant, right? I don't really see how you get both bishops into the game. And here white can try to build a big center. So I think this will be very risky for Black if he doesn't know what he's doing. But yeah, you might have to go for stuff like g5. I think Nepo and Shaq were looking at stuff like f5, maybe takes, and g4 could be interesting, right? You hit the rook, then you have f4, but your bishops are open. I think this could be considered as well.
And then there's still g5, yeah.
g5, yeah, f5, e6. Yeah, pretty interesting stuff. You have to be careful, you know, I don't think this will ever work. But there are positions, like if, let's say, the king, there are positions where, let's say, the king is on b8 and it's stuck between two rooks. Then very often this sacrifice is very tricky because the king cannot go back. Does that make sense?
What are you saying, Benjamin?
Like, let's say this king is on b8, right?
Yeah.
And there's a rook on c8. Like, if the king is stuck between the two rooks, then very often sacrifices like this can be very dangerous. Because there's no way to block, and the king also cannot go back. But that's not the case here. The king can always, you know, come back. So yeah, we'll see how they are going to develop. The players are getting ready. Elireza adjusting his pieces. Okay, I'll leave it up to you. What move do you predict from him on move 1?
Oh, I predict f4. Yeah, I think he'll go for that. Yeah, we also hit Hikaru come to the board and then leave. So the players should be starting shortly. But no moves yet. Well, what are like some unusual moves that white can try here? I don't know, c4 to go knight c3. What do you think about that?
Well, I think Black is happy to go f5, you know, and just attack this pawn over here, followed by g6 or g5. So not a big fan of that. I think in case of d4 f5, Black is doing pretty well with g6 to follow. So I think it'll have to be like g4, f4, or e4, one of these three.
Okay, that makes sense.
And again, with like e4 being the most ambitious, because I think in case of f4, you just copy.
Yeah. E4 is more ambitious because you can't just copy them.
You
with
can't
E5.
just copy,
Yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And in case of G4, it's kind of like facing the English with the move C6, right? You prepare to move F5 in this case.
Yes. So G4. You can go for F5. Yeah. So okay, E4 is very interesting. I wonder if he'll think about that. I mean, because it does block in his bishop.
Right. So let's try to pull the board. It hasn't been set up yet. Let me refresh real quick. There it is. Right. So yeah, we'll see what Alireza is going to come up with. Of course, I mean, at any moment, the players can also decide to go for A4, go for the rook lift, and there we have E4 by Alireza on the board, who we determined as the most ambitious approach.
Yeah, I guess the way you got to think about it, when you're choosing your first move, is I'm figuring out with Fischer random. You got to think about, can my opponent keep symmetry or not? Because if he doesn't have that strategy, you're kind of forcing him to, solve some problems right away. So it's actually very, very tricky, right? Because like in most chess openings from regular chess, you can always keep the symmetry on E4, you play E5, D4, D5, C4, C5. But like over here, we see that Hikaru already goes for G5, and now White can play F4, I guess.
Yeah, D4 or even F4. Yeah, I like this move as well because after takes, Black cannot get F5 in properly. And I mean, you don't really want to go E5, blocking your own bishop. So we'll see how this game is going to proceed. I mean, this is really, the beauty of Chess 960, that at the very first move, the players are figuring out, like, okay, what is going on here? And do you think after D4, Hikaru wants to answer that with the move F5, kind of what we discussed, and D4 is on the board? Oh, and there we have it. Just like we predicted.
F5, yeah.
5D6.
Well, Hikaru is opening up his bishops. Yeah, we talked about that. E5, D6. Right.
Yeah, I'm impressed. I think both players are playing this pretty well so far. But I think it will be I think it will be easier to play for Hikaru, right? Because you have such an easy attack on White center. And already if White trades, I kind of like Black's position here, to be honest, with the open bishops, the rook active. And now White has this problem. He cannot play F4 properly.
Yeah. Wow, we see Shaq being really aggressive against Aronian. You should just take a look at what he's doing. He's like sacking a pawn. On the second move. Right?
Okay, board is off here.
Oh, the first move was D4, F5, and then G4. Just if you can put that on. I don't know if you can.
Well, now they have this position. So maybe here there was a bit of a mix-up. Kind of like what Hikaru can get in his game as well. Right, they follow the... they had something very similar. So it was E4, but there seems to be a glitch here. So we'll try to pull it up later, but it was a similar opening as Hikaru. But let me show it over here. And
Alireza took an F5, so now we're going to see probably rook takes F5 from Hikaru.
Right, so this is what Shaq did. He took and then G4. Hikaru also captured.
So that's how the game is going to start. G4, huh?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting idea. You hit the rook will probably just drop back.
Yeah, why can't you go to F4? I'm just curious. Like, it's not a good idea to attack the pawn on D4?
Well, I think White will just guard and then go knight D3 with a tempo.
Okay. Yeah, makes sense. So you go back to F8.
I think it's just better to go back. Oh, but what the frick? Aronian played rook A5. Now, this looks kind of nuts, but I think his idea is to hit this pawn over here. And if you go knight C3, he wants to go bishop C4. Hit this rook, and if here, you take over here. But, I mean, I really can't believe this working out.
Wow.
Wait, and did Hikaru do the same? And Hikaru did the same thing.
Okay.
What?
But they didn't look at it together, did they? Hikaru has his rook in A5, and he's got his arms folded like he likes his idea. Wow. And Alireza actually kind of looked at him like, are you for real?
Oh, wait, let me flip the board real quick. So let's see. I mean, this pawn is under attack. Again, knight c3 runs the bishop c4, and black's doing very well. And the question becomes, okay, is it really a problem if black takes here, right? But then, although, I mean, you do threaten to take this pawn. Just to illustrate real quick, like let's say white plays f3 or something, right? I think we take, because then after takes b3, you can always give up your bishop for the knight, so it won't get trapped. Huh.
What about f4? What if white just tries to open up the file for the rooks, try to get the rook to f8?
So let's say I take.
I mean, yeah.
Maybe
so
now knight c3. Huh. Very weird.
So if I play rook takes f4, what are you gonna do? Like bishop f6 or something, or bishop or e5? Is that the plan? Can you just put rook takes f4 on the board instead? Is it e5? Well, that's the idea.
Yeah, I guess taking now could be risky due to rook f8 in some sort of positions.
Yeah. So e5, rook f8, queen g5. Hangs it.
Well, actually, what happens if I take, right? Apparently, rook f8 wins the game.
Wow, just giving up the rook on anyone?
Right, or I mean, takes and bishop knight c3 also looks really good. Yeah, anyway, we have a move by Alireza. He played knight to f3. He's blocking in his own bishop. Now, maybe just develop the knights here for Hikaru. We have a very interesting game here on our hands as early as move 5. Knight c6 on the board. So what does he want to do after knight c3? It's the big question. Maybe just develop? And like queen f8?
Alireza didn't play f4, yeah? He just played knight f3.
Right, but it looks a little bit off, no? With the knight blocking the bishop, and Hikaru got up from the floor doing some push-ups.
Right. That's...
Knight c3.
Wow.
Okay, what about knight d6 now?
Yeah.
Because look at this. This bishop on h1 is blocked in by the knight, and this bishop on g1 is still blocked in by this pawn over here. So I think Hikaru's doing very well here if he plays this accurately.
Yeah, this knight f3 move was extremely weird, right?
Right, yeah. Because I don't see how Alireza is activating his pieces, to be honest.
And knight d6, and we just want to go queen f8, queen f4.
And long castles.
Problems with the d pawn. And then long castles, and then you also have big problems with the d4 pawn.
Right, wow. Yeah, this one is weak.
I mean, how many moves has it been? It's been like 7 moves, and he's already doing so well. Wow, can you just like go back for just a second to show like how bad that move knight f3 was? Like, how did that even come to Alireza's mind? Because honestly, it is a weird move. Like, and we're not just saying it because like the computer doesn't like it. It's really weird. You're literally closing up both bishops, right? Like the bishop on g1 is not going to open up for a while. Like you could have played f4. It at least made some sense. I mean, maybe he didn't like f4 because he thought if pawn takes, rook takes, maybe he was afraid of the diagonal. Maybe he was afraid of bishop g7 to h6. What about bishop g7 here? Can we put that on the board instead of knight d6? Like rook f4, bishop g7. What's the move?
That's a very good question. I mean, white can always gain a tempo on this rook, right?
Yeah.
So maybe that gains white some time, but I mean, still, this
bishop h6. Yeah, I mean, I can see why he might not be so comfortable with this, right?
Right. Yeah. But yeah, knight f3, as you mentioned, very odd move because yeah, he blocks in this bishop on h1, but really the bishop on g1, I don't see how he's bringing that one into the game anytime soon. But Hikaru is thinking after knight c6 and knight c3. I would think, yeah, like we said, just knight d6, queen f8, and it looks great for black.
I know, and it's going to be so unusual and so creative, right? Like with the rook lift on the 5th rank, something we almost never see in chess. Kind of amazing. Was queen f3 any good? Are they talking about queen f3 instead of knight f3? Can we take a look?
So queen f3 is a move, you hit this, but I mean, first of all, you just have knight d6 to defend. And second of all,
bishop
you also
d5.
have to be careful that this stuff doesn't blunder anything. But I guess, someone like queen c3 should be okay. But I would just develop here, You develop, you guard this, then knight c6. And again, I think black's doing great.
Yeah, white should not be leaving the bishop on g1 like that for so long.
Right. Anyway, let's have a look. So Gary is playing Svidler with the white pieces. A lot is happening here as well. So Gary opened up with g4. Svidler played g6, kind of what we thought. f5, takes. Now came c3, c6 by Svidler, keeping it symmetrical. And after queen a4, Svidler went bishop d5. That seems a little odd to me. I don't know why he saw himself forced to trade the bishops like that. I mean, white is not threatening to take here or something.
Maybe he just thought it was an interesting idea. I mean, it is kind of interesting looking, like trying to trade the bishop so you can go knight c6 and develop. I mean, it's kind of creative, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's something to be said. But yeah, it feels like the pawn on d5 is a little bit tender. I mean, now...
Yeah, he's going to play e6 or something. I mean, I can totally see, like, why he was tempted by it. Like, yeah. I get that probably it's... the pawn structure damage is not completely justified, but I think like he was trying to be creative, and I think it's kind of understandable.
Right. So, I mean, maybe Gary can get his first and only win of the tournament here. But the one thing Gary has been struggling with here in this tournament is the clock, and he's already down 2 minutes. So hopefully he can pick up the pace. In the meantime, Hikaru has played knight at d6, great move. Yeah. And now it's really up to Alireza, like, how is he going to activate his pieces? Hikaru's next two moves are going to be pretty obvious. Queen f8 and long castle.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
Look at the body language between those two. It's also completely different. I mean, Alireza just not exuding confidence, more like exuding some, concern and acknowledging the difficulties of his position. And Hikaru's like not even at the board. Alireza just did h3.
I do think this is a good move, though, because it allows the bishop to come back into the game through h2. But still, I expect queen f8 from Hikaru.
I don't really care that much about bishop takes d6, right? I mean, you can capture the pawn and you'd still be happy. So queen f8, bishop h2, right? We can expect.
So let's say we go here, and then maybe queenside castles.
Yeah, it's the simplest. Yeah.
I think the main problem for white is how are you gonna continue developing here? Because you want to get castled, right? But queen e2 runs into knight c4, which is very unpleasant.
Yeah. Queen d3 runs into bishop c4.
Exactly. So then what are you going to do exactly?
Yeah.
You can go rook e1 and improve the rook a little bit, but I mean, it still doesn't help too much. Maybe you still go like knight c4.
Maybe I can even go like, I don't know, e5 at some point and queen b4, right?
Oh, that's a very nice idea. Yeah, e5 and queen b4. That looks deadly. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh no, I think okay. I'm ready to predict that like Hikaru is going to get a crushing win in this game. Ready after seeing the first 10 moves, or how many moves are we in? Like still only 7, right? Or 7 or 8.
Yeah, only 7 moves have been played, but he already has a great position. Yeah, after let's say queen f8, which is like a very natural move.
I also just think that he will just enjoy this position. Like he's gone through 2 games of suffering in some end games, and those positions didn't really allow his creativity didn't allow his creativity
shine through.
Yeah, to shine. Yeah, or there wasn't a lot of fertile ground for that. But I think he's going to do it in this game, and he will show us something surprising. By the way, how's Nepo doing?
Let's have a quick look, because if Alireza loses this game, there are a lot of guys that can catch up with him. So Nepo with the white piece against Linier is already worse. This looks like, some sort of bad Berlin endgame.
Wait, yeah, I mean, like a bad Berlin, but also like that's also not a position that you want to have against Linier so early. No. I mean, he's generally quite a good solid player.
There might have been a transmission error. Wait, let me check real quick what is actually going on here. Okay, this...
Mamedyarov looks like might be doing well if the position is correct. If that is really the position. Yeah, Nepo Dominguez, I think this is their position, and this one, okay, it doesn't look very good, yeah? Because it looks like, isn't black just winning a pawn?
Well, the life position is a little bit different. But anyway, Hikaru, instead of queen f8, played the move e5. I mean, very ambitious.
Yeah, let's flip it so we can see it from his perspective.
Right. But it feels a bit early, no? And again, I don't understand. Like, just queen f8 and queenside castles, and I don't see what Alireza is going to do.
Yeah, I guess he really wanted to let that bishop out from h8, right? Like pawn takes, knight takes, then he gets like a great bishop and threatening bishop f4. I mean, I like his move too, actually. Yes, I agree. There were other ways to play, but I certainly see a point in this move.
Yeah, so I think his idea really is that in case Alireza, like he wants to get e5 in before Alireza gets the bishop on h2, right? And Alireza has just captured. So okay, now he's going to take with the knight,
Yeah,
even though, I mean,
he's
knight
getting such
c4 is a
beautiful
move as
bishops.
well.
It reminds me of the bishops that Nepo had against him on day one.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, this must be great, right? Like it's simple and great.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so let's see what Alireza is going to do here. I mean, if you take, you recapture, and again, I don't see how this piece is coming back into the game. And he wants queen f6. This really looks very harmonious. Yeah, I kind of start to understand what he wants.
Yeah, he just really wanted to give a lot of power to the bishop on the diagonal h8, a1.
So knight d4 by Alireza. I mean, potentially he might want to go knight b3. Maybe forcing black to give the bishop, even though you have to recapture with the c pawn.
So queen f6 is the obvious move, isn't it?
Yeah, I think queen f6, or knight to c4, both make a lot of sense to me. So
knight d4.
Actually, if you go knight c4, can white still go knight here? Or it feels like something bad is going to happen, right?
Knight takes, king takes on what? Queen f6? Or, oh, you just take.
Oh, you just
Well,
take.
how do you just mate them, though? Okay,
You give a
but
check,
that requires some
blow.
calculation, right? That's not so true.
Well, but I mean, you give a check here, and like the king is not hiding.
What about knight d4? Knight d4, is it just c5 or something, or
maybe like rook a3 or knight b5? And I think
knight b5 is pretty simple. Yeah, you're going to get your material back.
Let's see, knight c4 looks very tempting here. I mean, Alireza must know that knight b3 feels too risky, but actually now he could go b3, right? Kicking the knight away, even though, black might sack it.
Yeah, queen e7 or queen f8, I kind of like queen f8 there.
Right, and you're happy to give up the knight because this looks pretty much crushing with queen a3 or queen f4 coming.
Yeah, looks beautiful. Oh, wow.
All right. Now, you could also just go queen f6, also looks very good. That does give white the time to go here. Even though, I mean, black should still be doing well here, but you cannot hop with your knight to the c4 square anymore. So that's a bit of a pity. And if white can move his queen out of the way and get castled, things might not be as bad anymore.
Yeah, do we have queen g6 here, or is that just not?
Oh, that's a nice move.
Relevant.
Yeah. Oh, but you just go queen c2.
And you like, hide.
Or here, apparently.
Go up.
Anyway, knight ec4 is on the board. Hikaru going very, very aggressive here against Alireza. So against b3, maybe he does want to go for the move queen f8 that we talked about.
Yeah. Well, I like that. I mean, obviously we can see that black has built up a beautiful attacking position with two bishops pointing at white's king. The rook already having completed the rook lift, the knights there, and the queen on the way. So, I mean, yeah, there's no doubt about who's attacking here.
Yeah, and actually, if black's queen was on f8, knight takes b2 becomes a threat, because you take knight c4, and then the queen also comes flying in. And I wonder, is it already something you can consider here? So let's say white does nothing, right? I mean, maybe we can. Like here, check, and then queen f8
yeah,
is probably already crushing. So Alireza has to do something fast, otherwise Hikaru might just win the game.
Yeah, we got reminded. Actually, Hans in his interview said the way to beat Alireza is to attack him, and it looks like that's what Hikaru is doing. And yeah, it is. It must be very uncomfortable for Alireza how this game has started. But the thing is with Fischer Random is like, this is the way it starts, and this is the way it can end like really fast, right? It's like the games in Fischer Random tend to be a lot shorter. We're not like there's so many more incidences of people not really surviving the middle game.
Yeah, no, that's a very good point because the game is so original that you can just make a big mistake without noticing. And yeah, Alireza needs to be extremely careful here because if he's not, he can just get blown off the board.
Yeah, in order to win in chess, you're supposed to attack. Exactly. Well, you're supposed to attack in general, right? As we say, the best form of defense is attack. But certainly there's players that are worse at defending, that are more uncomfortable. So against those kinds of players, it makes even more sense to play in this style.
Right. In the meantime, let's have a quick look around. So Gary is still looking pretty good, I would say, against Fiddler. So yeah, he traded on d5, knight f3, knight c6, knight a3, and b6. I would think he should definitely be better here. And the position for now looks kind of risk-free, right? I mean, he has the slightly better structure. So let's see whether Gary can get on the scoreboard here. In the meantime, Shaq against Levon. Okay, this is wrong. So let's hope they will update it. Okay, wait, let me refresh real quick. So it will be updated. Okay, this seems more like it. Looks pretty promising for Shaq, don't you think? I mean, maybe like queen a6, knight a3 to c5.
Yeah, this is a really unusual position. So he's down a pawn. He's got two pieces on the back rank, but the rook is on the 7th. Neither knight has moved yet. Okay, black's knight can't move. Yeah, you're right. I mean, he should just start improving his knight, and I agree. His position just looks better.
Yeah. Let's see whether Shaq can get the win here. I mean, if he wins and Alireza doesn't, or like if he wins and Alireza loses, he will leapfrog him in the last round.
Yeah.
Then we also
what about Fabiano? Fabiano looks like he's not doing that well against Wesley So, and he's one of the people in the leading group.
Right. Yeah. In the meantime, yeah, Nepo is slightly worse here, so I doubt that he will win. But yeah, let's look at Fabiano's game. He is playing against Wesley, and it's not looking good for Fabiano. I think this queen on a2 looks kind of offside. Wesley has the only open file on the board, so I doubt that Fabiano will win the game. Of course, of course we never know. But let's go back to Hikaru's game and check what's going on.
Yeah, it looks like to me, like from these positions, that Mamedyarov is actually the most likely winner of the tournament. Great, it's early to say, but that's what it's looking like. And although it's hard to know what exactly the positions are on these boards, isn't it? Like where there are some issues with the relay. It seems like we think it's one thing, and the board shows something else. Oh yeah, but here we go. I updated it. Yes, so that is their current position. Mamedyarov Aronian. And all right, back to Hikaru's game. Alireza having played b3. Well, yeah, Hikaru is definitely putting that queen on the dark f8 a3 diagonal. And I mean, I don't really see why he would go queen e7. Like, what's the advantage of that compared to queen f8? It just feels like you're a little bit further away from their knights. Like you have the check in f4. Like, why don't you think, Benjamin, that queen f8 looks a lot more natural than queen e7?
Yeah, it's a very good point. I think after queen f8, queen f4 becomes a big threat. So I think white will have to play f4 to stop that. So the idea behind queen e7, I think, is that after f4, now you might have this move knight e3.
Yeah.
Hitting the queen and the rook. And if white goes here, I think we can just capture everything, right? Because there's no rook to e8, and black just wins a piece. So that is why queen e7 could also be moved. Now, I wonder, can white get away, or might there be some like knight e4 move followed by this? Let's find out. So knight e4, aha, just a4, stopping the infiltration from the queen.
Yeah, crazy position.
But now queen f8.
And now there's no f4. Wow, well, that's pretty tricky, I have to say. That's quite subtle to choose between those two moves and provoke rook e1 just so you can go back to f8. Yeah, that's not so obvious, is it?
No. So let's see. I mean, after queen e7, what else can white do, right? I mean, the first question is, does black have a threat? Right? Like, let's say white goes here. Do we have this move knight e4? I think we do. And queen e3 should be crushing.
Right.
So that's really the threat in both. Wait, so let's say we go queen f8, f4. Can we go knight e4? Again, a4. Are you, what?
Wow, you're just giving up the knight and okay, but that is crazy. That's like almost impossible for Alireza. I think for anyone to find. I mean, like you don't just give up a piece and your king is weak and then what? Like what are you gonna do? Oh yeah, okay. Bishop d4 is protected by the bishop on g1, but
That's
all
pretty
right.
nuts.
Queen,
I
like
mean, if
what?
he
Queen
sees that
b4,
big,
queen b4. Can you go
but
queen
then
b4 here?
checkmate.
Checkmate. Uh-huh. Yeah. Oops. Wow. Queen e1 is a tricky move.
And I mean, there's still c5 with white takes here and becomes a
Yeah,
mess.
but
And white
we don't
sees
want that. We don't want this. It's
no.
obvious that like no one's gonna voluntarily go into this as black.
Whoever finds this is using something. I will not say what. I think people in the chat have used that word a lot already.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's definitely up to something.
Yeah, we know there's
Anyway.
only one thing people use these days.
Exactly. Huh. But still, it looks very dangerous for Elira. So Hikaru must feel intuitively that there's got to be something in this position. And he might get like a little bit frustrated, right? Seeing, okay, Queen of8 has been played at f4 instantly by Elira. Do you think he sees this line?
Man.
Hikaru take.
Hikaru took. Wow. Okay, so we're not really gonna find out. Queen f3. Wow. Castles
Looks like
long and take the knight
take
on
here.
c4 because you can't take with a knight.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so all of a sudden this would get very tricky. And yeah, this is really what Alireza makes so good. Like he's also a great defender. When he's with his back against the wall, he finds these only moves, these resources that are absolutely out of this world. But yeah, I mean, after Queen f3, White seems to be doing fine.
Wow.
And Queen f3 has just been played. I think that's what we can make it from the live feed.
Has he really put that on the board? I was really looking forward to Hikaru just getting some mating attack in this game, but yeah, Queen f3 is on the board and Hikaru is in thought. Man, this has become, it is just crazy the difference between Queen e7 and Queen f8, right? Like to understand that it was just not obvious.
No, yeah, I think after Queen e7, even though here White can also play a4 to make sure that there's never a queen landing here.
Yeah.
So it's all around pretty dank, and I don't know. I mean, I would feel now maybe it's sort of up to Black, right? I mean, White is going to take a piece, and Black will have to prove the compensation.
So after Queen f3, do you have any moves other than just giving up the piece?
I mean, you can go 95, right? But that's a bit sad.
Queen f4, yeah.
Because I would think this endgame looks easier to play for White. Right, this rook on a5 is kind of off. White will get control over the f-file.
Yeah. No, that makes more sense to go for that.
And he's gone knight e5.
Oh, but he's gone for that.
Okay, LRS is going to take.
Oh no, we're going to get a queen trade from that wonderful attacking position.
And knight g6 blitzed out. I mean, that could... Although knight g6 is probably fine. I mean, you make sure your rook can come back. I guess you're going to go queenside castle on the next move.
Yeah,
and maybe, h5.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, you're okay. I mean, it's still a game. There's still some issues on the long diagonal, I think, for White. But yeah, there's, of course, not going to be a big attack on White's king in this game.
No. We'll see how this one is going to proceed. Yeah, Alireza definitely out of the woods here. So yeah, probably the game is more or less equal now. So let's have a look around. So Shaq, what's happening here? Let's update the board. Okay, Levon found some very good defensive resources. Now there's no Queen a6 anymore. And all of a sudden I kind of like Black's position.
Wow.
White's king over here can start feeling the heat if a4 comes.
He just keeps the king on c8 and goes a4 and gets a counterattack on White's king. Yeah, can also go knight d6 whenever he wants. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, the live transmission got messed up again here. In the meantime, Nepo. This one should be a draw. I mean, I guess if you take here, knight e2, and you trade the knight for the bishop.
Mhm.
So I doubt Nepo is going to win, even though it's not really been Linier's event. Then what else do we have?
Yeah, well, we never know. Yeah, it's hard to know how it's going to go in the time trouble. But yeah, I agree. Right now, I mean, rook takes g5 kind of needs to be played, right? Mm-hmm.
Right, yeah. And here it's looking more or less equal. So, maybe Fabiana can make some magic happen, but
Looks very solid for black, yeah.
Right, yeah, I think here a draw is also the most likely outcome. So let's go back to Hikaru's game. I mean, I don't like the fact that he's delaying castling, because what do you do here after 94? I mean, you cannot take, because now your knight is under attack.
And you can't move it.
Why?
Got fate.
Yeah, and I mean, otherwise you allow this, and actually you're still not out of the problems. So I think h5 is a bit of tilt.
Wow.
I think you should have just castled here.
Yeah, castle just made sure he doesn't have those back rank problems.
Right, because now 94 is not a move, because you take and you win the game after c5. So I feel like he could have also castled earlier on in the games, and then many variations would have worked out for him, right? And we see the same thing here, that there's just so many tricky ideas with this weak back rank. But the good thing is Alireza has just castled. Now he takes and goes queenside castle. And, I think there's something to be said for the black position. This pawn on g4 can be kind of weak. It's probably still kind of equal, because white can always maybe just give up his bishop for the knight over here, turn the pawn structure. What do you think, Arena?
Yeah, well, okay. Like, let's say, I'm just curious if white plays a regular move like king b1. Is that a problem? Okay, rook g5. So that's your idea. I'm going to target that pawn. And I guess I have to go something like, well, let's try bishop f3. Then you go knight h4, knight e5, right? So you're starting to get some initiative, right? So you might win that pawn and try to win the end game. Okay. So that's why king b1 is a little too slow. Let's go back. So your idea is rook g5, basically, in this position. And Alireza, yeah, he's thinking how to
What
stop
about
this
here?
move.
But then maybe knight e5 to block and hit this. g5. There are some tricky ideas, though. Like suddenly you can go here, and this knight is under attack, and then this will start hanging, and then like you not only lose a pawn, but you can also get checkmated.
Yeah.
Because also control this file. So I would slightly prefer black here, I think, but it should still be balanced. Both players around 5 minutes. Hikaru having slight time advantage, but I think his position is slightly easier to play.
Yeah, I agree. Just because the G pawn's not really going anywhere, and the diagonal H8A1 is a bit weak. So tactically, black is more going for them than white does, right? White doesn't really have targets in black's position. That's important.
Right, yeah. So we'll see what is going to happen. In the meantime, let's check in real quick in Gary's game. This one looking approximately even, I would say. Gary getting low on the clock, though, down to 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, still enough play left in the position. I guess black is trying to bring the queen out to h5. All right, here we go. Back to Hikaru.
Yeah, Alireza is still thinking. Hikaru now up a minute on the clock.
So what's going on in Mamadyaro's game?
Right. So Shaq, yeah, this life board is just broken. Doesn't seem to. Okay, now it's back. Okay, so I like the fact that he put the knight on a4, stopping this a4 push, but okay, why does this keep happening? I don't know what the correct clock times here. Oh, Shaq down to 2 minutes against 7 from Levant. That's very, very dangerous. So
Shaq is down. Oh, Shaq has twice the time that Levant has, or no?
No, Shaq is down to 150 and Levant still has 740. So
oh wow. So we're not getting the updated times at all, are we?
No, like also this board is just a complete mess. This is not the live position. Well, I can, wait, let me try to update it again. Okay, this is the live position. But
Okay.
again,
But it's not updated
but
with the time. Yeah.
no, and again, this stuff keeps happening. Okay, well, I don't know. Well, the only thing I can say is that the position is approximately even, but check way down on the
yeah.
clock. And
Yeah, I see
it looks
that now. Yeah, he's got a minute 40 against 7:48. Right. So he's in pretty severe time trouble. Yeah, that is not easy. That's not something Aronian's going to let him out of so easily. Maybe can you put the current position on the board? Let's just see how he's actually doing on the board. The knight on 8-4.
This is the position, but it's probably soon going to be a mess again.
Oh, they're talking to each other, or they just decided to. Oh, they just shook hands. Wow. So maybe that's a draw.
What?
Yeah, they're talking.
Which
the game
game?
is over. Mamedyarov versus Aronian. And Ali Reza just looked over to see that result. Oh, I'm sure. I'm watching them on the video camera.
Right. In the meantime, the game between Nepo and Dominguez also seemed to have finished in a draw. Yeah, looks very equalish.
Let's take a look at Hikaru's time. So Ali Reza has 3 minutes and 20 something seconds. Hikaru, I can't see how much time he's got.
Yeah, so I mean, Hikaru is definitely doing very well on the clock. He has 5 minutes and 13 seconds. Ali Reza getting below 2.5. Okay, so I guess you move this bishop out of the way.
Yeah, he did. He did move that.
So can Hikaru cook up some magic here?
Yeah, it's a little difficult to see where that magic would come from. Like knight EF7, but I mean, what does that do? Just go to G5 maybe?
Yeah, I don't know.
It looks very balanced.
Yeah, the clock has also just updated. Ali Reza, in fact, has 3 minutes and 24 seconds. Ali Reza looking over, but actually it seems to be frozen. So he's probably just checking how his competitors are doing. And yeah, it does seem that, so Shaq and Levon found a repetition, it seems. You know, maybe Levon thought, okay, what am I going to do? Yeah, I mean, okay, the game ended in a draw. So Shaq finishes the tournament on 6 points. Nepo as well. Let's check in with Fabiano. Fabiano might be a little bit better, but still, I would say that draw's the most. Let's just keep happening. Draw's probably still the most likely result there. So if Ali Reza draws this game, he will probably win the tournament. So let's see whether Hikaru can ruin it for him.
I think he just played A4.
That looks like a good move. But yeah, it's important to point out that I don't think the players can draw the game by agreement. I think it always has to be a repetition or something.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, knight C6 is a move. Is that what he's trying to do? Or.
But after knight C6, what if I even just take?
Yeah, and there's also knight D5 as well.
Right, but I think here white has a very risk-free advantage. Or like, not necessarily advantage, but it feels like white can not really lose here.
Yeah, risk-free.
This is what I would do in Ali Reza's position, right, given the tournament situation.
Yeah. Because he would like to win that first place, wouldn't he?
I'm sure he would.
Everything in St. Louis. Yeah, Nepo already made a draw and Mamedyarov made a draw. So he knows actually, since Fabi is not very likely to win, I mean, yeah, if he draws, he will be in first. And I mean, then only Fabi can theoretically catch him. But Fabi's game against Wesley, well, we can take another look at it if you want. Maybe Fabi Wesley.
Yeah, I was just thinking here, right? After rook c5, black's attacking this knight. Like, what if white goes king b2? But maybe we can sack and go c5. Because if you move this knight, something bad is gonna happen.
Like the king gets mated, yeah.
Right, so he probably has to move it. You can go knight here, right? Because like knight db5 doesn't really work. Because you take, you cannot take because you hang this. And if you take, you hang this. But knight d to b5 seems to be solving the problems, and now this rook is a little bit trapped. Let's see if he will go for that.
We're expecting knight cb5, yeah?
Knight CB5 does seem to be a good move here for Alireza. Otherwise, I think if he finds that one, and there it is, he shouldn't lose this game.
Yeah,
Right?
it's hard to see a scenario where he loses. Like right now, he's threatening to take on d6 or take on a7. So black basically has to trade, right?
Right, and we have Hikaru in the chat. He's saying, oh, wow, so far behind. All right, so let's see. I mean, black can take. I was just thinking, like, this doesn't work for black because you take and you take with the rook, right, to free up this d1 square to not having to step into this discovery. But Hikaru, don't spoil it. Don't spoil it. So we'll see what is going to happen. But I guess I guess he's going to take.
Yeah, so it takes, and after pawn takes, okay, there's no real threat to the rook just yet, but there might be eventually. So yeah, rook c3 makes sense.
Maybe to prepare c5 potentially.
Mm-hmm.
Or, you know, to go rook g3 to make sure you get what's there to spoil except a winning position out of the opening? Yeah, it was a bit of a pity, but we also didn't think it was so easy.
Yeah, it was a tricky thing for you where to move the queen. It's unfortunate that winning position depended kind of a lot on that decision. Something so subtle. We can also take a quick look at Gary and Svidler. I mean, they're down to like last couple of minutes. I mean, it is quite suspenseful to see how that's going to finish, isn't it?
Right. So let's pull that one up. Yeah, Gary seems to be better here. He has a more active rook. Can he get on the scoreboard here? He is down to a minute though, but I think in terms of the position, White really shouldn't lose this one.
Yeah, I mean, okay, doesn't look like there's much chance to lose. Black can barely move anything.
We have more moves in Hikaru's game. Let's pull it up. All right, so
he's down to like a minute and 5.
Right, so he played rook d5, knight f5, take, and bishop f6.
Okay.
All right, bishop d4 by Alireza.
Bishop d4, huh? I was thinking maybe bishop e3.
Okay, now don't go rook g8 because you blunder this.
All right, so bishop g5 makes sense, and then find a way to protect the knight, maybe rook e8.
Okay, he goes rook f8, makes sense. He might be setting up knight takes g4 in some positions.
Yeah.
You know, that's okay, rook h1. I mean, you can trade a knight e3. That's probably what happened, and that's why he's already back. That's my guess.
I agree. And Alireza doesn't mind that outcome. Yeah.
Right. So I guess that's what he's going to go for. He's down to 35 seconds. This is in real life action. Okay, he's reaching for the knight. Is he going to capture it? And he captures the knight. Okay, now knight d3, I assume. Or you could capture the pawn, but it looks risky. I think he's going to go knight d3, yeah, and there it is. And this game is probably just going to end in a draw.
Yeah, Alireza just cleaning up in St. Louis. Amazing.
Right.
Yeah, well, Alireza's got plenty of time to not lose this position.
King d2, king d8.
I mean, yeah, I guess it would take a miracle to win a position like this. I don't really see that happening.
C6. Yeah, probably they're going to repeat very soon. I mean, takes, you capture either way, probably. Okay, king d3, bishop f6, I think. Bishop 6 on the board. Oh, and Hikaru is here. How's it? Hey, Hikaru, I thought you were playing Alireza.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm playing Alireza right now as we watch. But yeah, I mean, obviously, very, very tough day. I think you guys know what the result is from the position on the board. So I think people know.
We thought you were going to win this one.
Well, yeah, but I mean, this is why, I mean, 960 is such a royal pain in the you-know-what, because the problem is, I mean, if this is if this is very slow, it's one thing. But the problem is that when you're playing like in rapid, you have to kind of decide whether to be pragmatic and make some quick moves or try to be like an artist and try to like find the absolute best move, a la Gary, of course. And the problem is, like, in the first two games, I mean, I tried to, I felt like I tried to do that. Actually, not the first two games, third game specifically, but like in the second game, I tried to do that against Fabiano, and then like at the critical moment, I just couldn't pull it back, and I just lost my mind when I had no time. In this third game, I mean, I used a lot of time, and I couldn't find it. Finally, I'm like, okay, I'm just not going to throw this game away, and I'm going to trade into the end game. So yeah, it's what it is.
So do we still have the Gary game going on?
Well, I mean, it's tough for me to answer.
Yeah, don't spoil it. Don't spoil it. The game is still going on. Oh,
no, it ended. I see now we have a result. So yeah, all right. I think it ended wonderfully. I mean, Gary not losing that last round. I mean, it was pretty terrible to lose all the games. What do you think? I mean, have you talked to Gary during this tournament, Hikaru?
I mean, not really, but I mean, it's kind of the point. Gary tried to play perfect chess, tried to prove that he had an advantage out of the opening. I think in most games he was, well, I mean, I didn't see all the games to be fair, but like in his game against me, he definitely proved an advantage as he did in a few other games. But I mean, at this top level, the clock, it really does matter. And when you spend all that time, if it's not just outright winning, it's going to be very hard. And Gary obviously doesn't really play much, so he's not as sharp as he once was. And I think it's just too difficult to use all that time, be down to like 1 minute on the clock, and out of practice, not playing a lot. He's not going to find the best moves, and that's just how it goes.
Hey guys, do you want to watch Fabi and Wesley the last like minute of that, because that result is kind of important, and it looks like a pretty interesting position. So why don't you bring that up, Benjamin?
The life. Okay, here it is. This live feed keeps on breaking. I don't know why this keeps on
the bishop on White's bishop is on f8. That's the one.
You guys take a quick mental note. This is the live position before it's going to break.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like White's winning, right?
Yep. Yeah. Looks like it. Black can't move anything.
So
that actually means that he's going to catch Ali Reza.
Yeah,
I guess. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
You don't know what's going to happen, but if he wins, he's going to catch Ali Reza. Now, is there a tiebreak plan? There is, right?
There is. Yeah. There's some kind of tiebreaker with like blitz, I think. So it's going to be a total mess, but that's what it is.
Wow.
And then do they play the same starting position twice?
I mean, I don't know. I have no idea what the tiebreaker is, and it's I actually don't know. It's too much to look and see what it is. I mean, yeah, like even if I had a chance today to get there, I still probably wouldn't have looked and known until afterwards. But I mean, the thing that I do know is like if it's still tied after two games, there's an Armageddon, and it's a random position, and it's 5 versus 4, which will also be completely bananas as well. So. I mean, I hope
we're getting confirmation that the tie will be broken with a 2-game rapid chess 960 match, game 10 plus 2 seconds of increment. A new position will be drawn for this 2-game match, and each player shall contest it from the white side and the black side.
Yeah.
And the Armageddon, do you think they will bid? Because that's sort of a big thing now.
No, I think Armageddon is just 5 minutes versus 4 minutes, no increment. So, I mean, I hope somebody wins before then, because otherwise, I mean... No, I think there was an Arena Kings that I played in maybe like last year, which was 960, and I think I was playing Danya, and we drew the 2 regular games or something, and then we had to play a bullet game to decide who won the match. And I just remember from that, like starting with a minute on the clock without knowing what's going on, it was just a nightmare. It was just a complete nightmare.
Are you going to stay with us, Hikaru, to watch the tie breaks?
I mean, if you guys are covering, I guess actually, I probably can't, because I think I don't know. There's supposed to be a dinner in an hour, so I kind of need to record a recap of my very pathetic play today, but it's what it is.
We'll hold down the fort and entertain the chat with this. So
I mean, I guess what I would say just about the day in general is, I mean, it's very sort of straightforward. There's always this margin. It doesn't matter whether it's 960 or whether it's regular chess, but there always are certain moments, and you have to like sort of make risk assessments, like what the right sort of decisions are. And in this game against Wesley, I mean, I played this terribly in the opening. I was probably just worse for much of the game.
But we thought you were a lot better here if you don't play D3.
What am I supposed to play?
Let's say short castles and
castles.
Put E3 and like F4.
Oh, E3 F4. Oh, I didn't even consider this. I thought I had to play D3 E4 to lock down the bishop on A8. I didn't even consider this. Wow. Okay. Yeah. I mean, this is kind of the thing though. This is why 960 is so annoying sometimes, because like you don't really know. It's like clearly I should have used like 3-4 minutes here and come up with castles E3 F4. But I just played D3 E4 because I thought it was thematic and it made sense to play against the bishop on A8. And like there are a lot of these moments where it's like you have to decide, are you going to use those 3-4 minutes, try to find the best move or not? And it was just very, very tough. I mean, I was just worse, I thought, throughout the game. And then Wesley finally kind of gave me this gift later on where he plays Bishop C8. And I should have just made the draw, but I didn't do it. And then it was kind of just unpleasant. Like somewhere around here, I think I'm much worse. But then he played this Bishop C8, right? Is it right here? Not quite.
Right.
Right. Oh, well, yeah. So keep going. Yeah, Bishop C8 was terrible. And after takes, I mean, well, Queen D1 was ridiculous also, but I mean, that's besides the point.
Well, we thought maybe Queen A2, but actually computer thought Bishop C8 from Wesley was the best move.
Oh, really? Okay. Because I actually, what I thought I should have done was play Queen B2 and then Bishop D2 and just play the position. And then Black gets no B4. And I'm not actually, I mean, I don't know. In a blitz game, I feel like Black's the one who has to come up with a plan here. White can kind of just sit on the position. So I think I don't think I would have lost this position if I had done this. But then I played Queen D1 and FE5, and I mean, it should have been a draw still, but somehow it was still tricky. I mean, it's just tricky.
Yeah, felt a little bit unpleasant right around here.
Yeah, I mean, I think there should be a draw with correct play, but yeah, and then I played Rook B8, Rook B7. This is all correct. It's just that I forgot one thing in this line, basically. So he goes there, I go A5, right? And then I play Rook B5. Yes, all correct. Knight E5, right? Then I check. Yeah, and basically here I just completely lost my mind when I played Rook C5. I mean, I forgot that on Knight takes C6, there's King D6. Otherwise, I would have gone Knight F5 and I would have made a draw quite easily. But I just simply forgot. I just very simply forgot Rook C5, C6, Knight takes C6, King D6.
But there's still King of 7, right?
Yeah, I mean, it goes on, but still, I mean, with this active knight on F5, I mean, I just find it hard to believe
Knight D4, then maybe you can repeat, right? Like
no, but Knight D4, he goes King, and then Knight F5 back.
Go back, I was thinking.
Yeah. Maybe that's the way to do it, right?
Yeah, I mean, so I could have done this in the game too, but the thing is, like, I just thought after Rook C5, King D7 was the only move, so I thought we were about to draw the game. Then he goes C6, and I'm like, what's going on? And I think I actually almost reached for the knight to take the pawn, and it's like, wait a second, there's King D6. And it's just like, I just lost my mind and it spiraled out of control. I mean, it was very, very unfortunate, obviously, to lose this game because I shouldn't have lost. And the Fabiano one was actually even worse, in my opinion, because in that one, I was just better throughout the whole game.
Right. We thought you had a really good position here out of the opening. Like if you would have played Knight G3 here, keeping the queens on.
No. Well, this is the thing. Like I was just moving too fast at this point. And then as soon as I went Knight 10, I'm like, wait a second, he just trades in castles. Why did I do that? I mean, it's just so idiotic to do that. But I mean, it's very tough in 9-6 because you don't really know when you need to think and when you don't think. I mean, and if you do that correctly, you're probably gonna do very well. But I didn't do that throughout the day. And later on, I mean, obviously I should have just traded off if we go forward like another 20 moves or so. If you go to some position where he plays, where it's like Bishop F7, Rook F8, like somewhere around here, I already was telling myself that after Knight E4, Rook G7, that I should just go Rook G1 and just trade off the knight for the bishop, make the draw, and you know it's what it is. I'm not in the contention for first anyway, so just do something like this, make the draw, and that's life. But then I couldn't do that because for whatever reason I felt like I had to win the game. And it just started spiraling out of control. And then at the end, I just made this ridiculous blunder too.
Yeah, we thought you might even be a little bit better here in this position.
Well, I mean, the point is very simple. Like it's the field is very tight. And I'm not talking about winning the turn, but just finishing like in the top half. Like it's a very tight field. People are winning and losing games. Everyone's looking like an idiot every other game. It feels like, except for maybe Shaq and Ali Reza. And so like the thing is, I just need to put points on the board, and I knew that. But I just couldn't tone down or not tone. I just couldn't prevent myself from taking the risks and keeping the game where 3 results were possible. And it was just, very unfortunate. And this third game was also really interesting. What I did. So actually, I was playing with the black pieces. So funny thing is I could actually see the monitor. So I could see the games that were going on. So I saw on G4, I saw that there was Lenny's game where he played Rook F8, and I saw Levon played Rook A5. And so I saw it on the monitor, and so I'm like, okay, well, I assume Lev is probably better at 960 than Lenny is. So I just tried to follow Levon. I thought what I did was great. Again, I have a feeling I was winning somewhere, but it was a situation where I already had burned a lot of time, and I couldn't make it work somehow. You guys can probably show me where the win is, because I know there was a win, right?
There wasn't a clear-cut win, to be honest, no. I mean, maybe after b3, queen e7 would have been a little bit better, so that after f4 you have knight e3, and in case rook e1, now you go queen f8, but I mean, it's pretty dank. And still, after queen e7, there's a4, and there's...
Right, yeah,
there's no clear win, we thought.
Yeah, I mean, this is 960 for you. I mean, this is just nice. And the problem also is, like, now if I can't prove it, I'm gonna have to burn a lot of time and probably just lose right away because there's no clear plan. Like, if I start moving my knight back and he goes f4 and he goes f4, queen d2 and castles long, I'm just gonna get smoked.
And we were wondering after f4.
I mean, I want to make them all work.
Did you see his defense?
There's knight b1, right?
But there's also a4 and queen e1.
Okay. I mean, I don't know. I don't even know what I'm supposed to say to that. But I mean, I saw knight b1, but also I want to make knight f5 work. I mean, I wanted to play something else, but I couldn't. I want to go knight f5, but then again, he goes a4. Or no. Here he goes. No, here he goes queen f3. That's right. Yeah, and this one he goes queen f3. That's right. And it's like I'm lost, right?
Yeah,
I'm just lost. Yeah, I mean, this whole thing is just so stupid. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah, it's sometimes how it goes. You know, it feels kind of unfair. Like you feel there's got to be a win, but it's not there.
Well, yeah, that's why I need that time. Like once during the game when I can see the eval bar, and then I'd figure it out.
What makes chess, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like I felt that there had to be something, but then finally, like I mean, at this point, once he goes f4, I'm like, okay, so I'm going to take on f4. Am I going to take on f4, go into this end game and not lose, or do I want to be the hero and also a 0 at the same time? So, like, I mean, I was just like, okay, enough. Like, I mean, obviously, maybe there's some financial difference between a win and a win and a draw, but I was just like, okay, enough is enough. I'm not in the mood to lose this game too.
Right. You know that if during the game there's also something else you can consult.
Yeah, I mean, again, but see, this was so hard because it's like the game against Fob. This game, I try to play the best moves. I use the time the way that I felt I should, and then there's no actual there's no knockout. And so then I've already wasted a ton of time, and it's like you feel like there's something. I could see Alireza was nervous, but then I'm like, wait a second, there's no way I'm winning. Where's the win? And so it's just it's very annoying. And then like the game against Fabiano, I play a couple moves too fast, trying to be like practical, and that's the mistake there. So it's like every game is just always every game it seems like it's very tough.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think about the chances between Caruana and Alireza?
I mean, I think Fabiano's going to win. You know, it's the one good thing about this event, though, is like I said, pretty much everybody at some point looked like an idiot, except for Shaq and maybe Alireza. I felt like, you know, their games were Fabiano was just getting blown away. I mean, Jan lost 2 in a row yesterday. I obviously lost 2 in a row not the first day, but today I lost 2 in a row, and it just seemed like everyone except for those two were just like, I mean, we're losing games here and there, which at least I think makes people feel better for sure.
Right, yeah, and there seems to be a Gary interview if you do want to listen to that, or like, I don't know.
I mean, I don't think I will, but I mean, I will say as far as Gary goes, I mean, it can't be fun for him playing like this. Obviously wants to do better. So I don't know. I don't know if he's going to keep playing these events, because I think even for me, like just watching it is really quite painful to see.
Yeah.
This is the time management is so terrible, right?
Well, it's that he's getting a good position, but it's not a winning position. Like if it was a winning position, it doesn't matter if he has 5 seconds on the clock. He would win because his technique is that good. But the problem is getting like an advantage, but it's not winning. And everyone, of course, defends extremely well at the top level. And when you're out of practice the way that Gary is, I mean, and everyone's just like defending really, really tough positions nonstop, and you feel like there's something and you can't break through instantly, eventually you're going to make some sort of error. And it's just it's sad to watch. That is definitely true, because obviously everybody is I mean, everyone's a huge fan. Well, I guess not everybody, you know, but he's one of the greatest players of all time. So it is kind of sad to see. But you know, we'll see if he's going to keep playing. He's not going to play, but it definitely is sad.
So what are your plans for this evening? Is it a closing ceremony dinner kind of thing?
Yeah, so I mean, there's a dinner that I have to go to. That's pretty much it, and then I'll get up early and catch a 6 a.m. flight back to Florida. So I'll be home in the early afternoon, and then on Sunday I get to play some proper 960 chess on Lee Chess. So that's probably the plan. But I do have to say one other thing. It is very weird though for some reason for me. These last two tournaments, I feel like when I'm looking at the board, somehow it just doesn't look right. And maybe that's because I've played online so much in the past couple of years, but it definitely feels a little bit weird when I'm like trying to do calculations over the board versus online. So
yeah, no, definitely makes sense to see the board 3D again instead of 2D all the time.
Yeah, I just know like some of these games, like I'm sitting there at the start, I'm looking, I'm just like, I can't calculate. That's the other thing also is like, I felt like throughout these last 3 days, I just had no energy. And most of the time when I was just sitting looking at the piece of paper, I was literally trying to figure out the first two moves, and that was it. Like I was trying to figure out what do I think is the best move for white? What is the best move for black? And that was pretty much the extent of my calculations. So it wasn't great, but still it's this event at least is fun. And I'm glad that I at least had one good day yesterday.
Yeah. So now we're going to pull up the game between Ali Reza and Fabi. They just started. They made a couple of moves. Maybe you can stay with us for a few minutes, Hikaru.
Sure. Can you pull the position?
Yeah. Benjamin's going to do that now.
Sure.
I don't see the game, to be honest. Checking, like, let me refresh. But it hasn't been pulled. It hasn't been pulled up here yet.
Okay. I mean, but you can go to the other side, can't you? I mean, if it's not up, just go to the other side for 5 minutes, right?
We don't know where that magical
I think Jaren is going to pull something up.
Oh, the game's nowhere? Oh, apparently the game is nowhere? Okay. By the way, someone in chat wrote something that I do want to say. So you guys were so someone said, have I recorded a podcast? I did a podcast while I was here with Fabiano and Christian. So I don't know when they're going to release that, but I did do a podcast with them. So for the people in chat who are wondering, Fabiano and Christian started a podcast called, it's called the C Podcast, I think is what they call it, or C24.
C squared.
No, sorry, C squared. Sorry, C squared podcast. So yeah, they started a C squared podcast. So I did record it, and I hope people enjoy it.
Very, very nice.
Cool. Yeah, there's not really that many chess podcasts. There's a podcast for everything, but for chess, it's still. I mean, okay, there's Jennifer, right? I think it's called Ladies' Night.
But is that something else? I thought she did something poker-wise. I thought there was like the grid or something. That's what I was aware of. But
okay, that's anyway. Another one. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I think a lot of chess people have their podcasts these days, right? I mean, Levy. I mean, there's also like tons of others.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think for someone like Fabiano or Christian, interacting and sort of talking to the top players, certainly it's going to make for a very unique viewing experience. I think for people who are watching and or listening. To hear from players like myself, obviously Fabiano, I'm assuming that they probably have done with Levon and some other players. So I think it's really great to see, because you don't have that perspective. I mean, you have a lot of podcasts where you're talking to, say, coaches or players who are like amateurs, things like this, like Ben Johnson's podcast, for example. But you don't really have a top player sort of podcast. So I think it's great to see what Fabiano and Christian are doing, and I hope they have a lot of success with it.
Right. And yeah, we by the way have the game between Firouzja and Caruana already going on.
Okay.
To me, it looks like Fabiano's already doing pretty well, because I mean, if B5, there will be bishop.
I can't see his position yet, but
it's on your stream.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay, let me make.
And also the bishop on G1 is kind of locked in. So I think
Fabiano is black in this position. Oh, Fabiano's killing it. Bishop A3 and Bishop A3, King C2, Bishop C5. I mean, this is the thing is I will say, when I played in 2019, the online one on chess.com, I actually beat Wesley. I beat Wesley in the match we played. I did lose to Fabiano. I felt like Fabiano's play, when he sort of understood what the themes were, he's really, really good. And I think Fabiano is probably going to win this game, if I had to guess.
Yeah, White's position of the king on C1 so exposed looks pretty weird, right? Because like after Bishop A3, the king can't castle anymore.
I'm actually surprised that Fabiano didn't play check. I wonder why he played Bishop C5 and not Bishop A3. That's interesting.
Maybe he felt like it didn't do too much for his position. But like, what's weird to me is that Ali Reza again sort of has his Bishop on G1 kind of locked in.
Right, but I mean, but the thing is, if you get f3, bishop f2, bishop e2, you can castle long. That's why I feel like in 960, if there is a check, you should play it in some of these openings. I mean, it's obviously very tough to decide, and they're playing blitz, so you can't be critical of Fabiano. But I thought the bishop a3 first was. I mean, maybe Fabiano thought it connects the rooks, though. Maybe that's why he played bishop c5. Thought it connects the rooks. But yeah, I expect. I know. I have this feeling this king on c1 looks really, really bad. And I think
Black's king is kind of locked in, and the queen as well. Oh, I mean, you have queen a7, I guess.
Yeah, queen a7, and then I mean, the problem is you have knight e6 here, right? Knight e4, knight e6, and queen a7, and you're fine.
But then after f3, are you just going to take on c4?
You can take on c4. You can also play like queen a7 and then knight e5 as well. I mean, this just looks terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is awful.
For black to castle here, queenside, he needs to move the rook to e8 or something, and then
but you can also just play bishop f7 and castle kingside too.
Oh yeah, that's a nice idea.
Yeah, I mean, this Alirez is getting crushed here. I think in this out of this opening. I mean, I don't know what he's supposed to do here. Did he play f3? Or no?
No, he's still thinking. Oh, there it is, f3 on the board.
Okay, and now I think knight e5, and I mean, this is just a disaster. Or bishop. You could also go bishop f7 castles, but I feel like it's a little bit slow here.
I mean, you could go, let's say, knight e5, then bishop takes, and then
I mean, but the thing is, if you play knight e5, there's knight f5, right? Going for the smothered checkmate. Maybe.
Oh, Dylan is there. Yeah, so maybe.
But there's still bishop a3. Yeah, I would probably play queen a7. I mean, or something like rook e8. Maybe rook e8 just to stop any nonsense, and then knight e5.
But I like the fact that you can still go queenside, kingside castles if you don't move that rook yet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, again, if Alireza can get castle kingside, he'll survive. It'll be worse. Maybe have chances. If he can't castle kingside, I think he's just going to get slaughtered in the center of the board here, or in the queenside, I should say.
Yeah, looking tough.
But this is 10+2, right?
I believe so. Yeah,
so I mean, if it's 10+2, it's kind of insane how fast Alireza played this opening, because it seems like now the pace is slowing down a little bit, but. I mean, to play with b4, c4, I didn't see exactly what the starting position was. It doesn't feel right.
Oh, we
doesn't feel right
here, at all. I don't know. It's off here. Wait. Okay, here we have the position as well. So I think Fabiano played, or no, he's thinking now. But yeah, he started off with b4. I don't know. Already feels a bit risky with his king over here. Knight g6, knight f3.
Yeah, b4 is a bad move. B4 is a bad move.
But also knight f3 feels weird, right? You're blocking your bishop.
Yeah, I mean, so go back. Let me see. Instead of b4, let me look at this for 5 seconds. So go back to the starting position. I just want to think about this for 1 second. So if I'm looking at this as white, c4 doesn't look right because your king on c1 is exposed. So intuitively, c4 feels wrong. d4, d5, I don't know. With d4 and e4... Yeah, d4 or e4 look like the two moves on first glance to me that make them. I think e4 is probably what I play here. Yeah, I think e4 is what I would play. E4 or
what about
you could also play g3. I mean, you could also play g3 maybe and bishop g2. But yeah, I think e4 or something like f4 g3. Those are probably the moves that make the most sense. So
right, yeah. No, b4 feels too risky with this king over here.
Yeah, I mean, well, like I said, the thing is when I talked about the queen, the corn, the rook next to it from like those games, the game against Magnus in Norway, the king was not on c1. The king couldn't get attacked right away. So, yeah, I think, I mean, I don't know. I feel like Fabiano is going to win this. I really do.
Yeah, he should have very good chances.
Kingside castling now, right? So like maybe something like knight g3 makes sense. I don't know. I mean, knight g3, bishop e3, bishop e2, is that the plan to try to get
right? But I mean, but the problem is you're going to lose the c4 pawn. That's the problem. I mean, you're probably losing the c4 pawn here. But right. I don't know. And I mean, okay, like what does white play? Because you do have a problem here. If you play bishop
do you have
e3,
knight f5 here?
No, because the knight on
it's not smarter. It's not a smarter mate. I mean, you still.
I like knight f5. Yeah, but
but you just lose. I thought you could take this bishop, but you can't. Right.
Okay. So what do we get? You're right. Actually. So what do we get? We got queen c3 castles, right?
But I wanted to ask you real quick, like, how do you actually castle in real life? Do you just take your king and put it on g8 and then put the rook on f8?
Yeah, you do that. Yeah. You take the king and you move it all the way over. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you do that. Yep. So, I mean, that's how I do it at least. But also, I mean, this is a fun event, so it's like I think players know what the intention is when you're castling or not castling. I think
Right, you're not going to be like, hey, that's an illegal move.
Yeah, I mean, I had it against Shaq, I think, where it's like he did something that was a little bit weird, but it's like, okay, I mean, who cares? Like, I obviously know that your intention is to castle, so
right. Because I think there was one online event where someone's king was on f8, and they moved the king to g8, but the rook didn't move over, so they were just they didn't castle.
Right.
Yeah, you need to put it on the rook.
Yeah, so I mean, just looking at this position after castles, I mean, if Alireza can somehow get castled to the king side, he has chances. But I do think, I mean, there's a very good chance that Fabiano is just going to win this from the get-go. Also, there's another problem I realized. Black can maybe go c6 here somewhere too, and then just c6, just cb5, and rook c8 before you can get out of dodge.
Mm-hmm. So what about knight e5 and trying to win the c4 pawn? Is that bad idea?
Right. Well, I think the two ideas for Black are either c6 or knight e5. I mean, I actually really kind of like c6, to be honest. Just trying to break everything up immediately.
Could b6 ever be an idea?
Yeah, and then just play knight e5 and just go back to the other plan then, because then b6 is weak.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
But I mean, I think in general, this looks really, really bad for Alireza. Really bad.
Yeah, because Black's castled and White's not even close to castling, right? So
you need what? 1, 2, 3. You need 3 moves. Yeah, 3 moves is a lot to get castled. I mean, and
also even if you go bishop e2, there's knight f4.
Sure. But what I was also going to say, if you want to go rook d2 and castle in one move, that doesn't even work because then there's bishop b4. Like if you could go rook d2 and get castled queenside, that would be something, but you can't do that. So yeah, this looks really, really bad.
Yeah, looking tough for Alireza, and I mean, Fabiano should be in really good shape because I think. What do you think? Do you think you have an advantage if you started with White in such matches or with Black? Because if you play with Black, you might have a better idea as to how you should start out.
I actually, in general, I think playing with the Black pieces in 960 is better because everybody's so used to trying to prove an advantage with White that in 960, I think everybody feels the same way. And very oftentimes you end up overpressing and losing games. I mean, like today I lost 2 games with White, and you feel like you have to do something with the White pieces. And so I actually think playing with the Black pieces is better for the most part.
Mm-hmm. All right, with king b2, I guess he just wants to hide in the corner.
Yeah, but now knight e5, and I mean, this looks... He has chances at least. I mean, I feel like this is more than he should have gotten to begin with. So I think he can at least be happy about that. Is that he can go to king a1. I mean, this is obviously winning with correct play for Black, but there are chances of swindles.
Right, yeah. King a1.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if you take maybe some weird line where you take everything and knight f5, I mean, still some tricks, perhaps.
Yeah, like some knight g3 and knight f5, yeah, something. But again, after knight takes c4, knight g3, there's probably bishop b4 or something. And it's very hard to believe. And Alireza also is way down on time as well. That's a very important thing too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, true.
So I mean,
4 played by Fabiano hitting the queen.
Yeah,
I guess you go back all the way to c1.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Because otherwise you're always going to run into some forks.
Yeah, this is pretty ugly. But again, some chance if he can survive long enough. Although I will say that is the one thing is out of everybody, Fabiano is the one guy who in the past 6 months, maybe 6 months is the wrong saying because there's only the candidates, but he is the one guy who here in St. Louis and in the candidates really did play very well and beat Alireza quite a bit. So if there's anybody who can probably stop Alireza, it's most likely Fabiano. Ooh,
right.
Ooh, I really don't like that.
5.
Okay.
6 maybe to guard this and
yeah, but I mean this just doesn't.
But I mean also the other knight is coming in, so if you're not careful.
No, but I mean okay, I'll tell you what I would do here. So I would go bishop e6, knight g3. Oh, you're gonna this. No, but even this doesn't. Does this work for White? Yeah, like bishop e6, knight g3, and then just like rook f7, knight h5, bishop f8, something even like that, and Black should eventually be winning somehow, I think.
Right, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It's very solid.
But again, still a ways to go. I mean, I do assume Fabiano will find something, though. I'd be very surprised if Fabiano doesn't win from this position because it's so good.
Yeah, I mean, it is a blitz game, and of course, if anyone is capable of finding some tricks, it's Alireza.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the only issue for black here is the queen and the rook. The queen on a8 and the rook on b8. And if you can get those pieces somehow into the game, maybe like rook d8 and then queen b8 c6, something like that. If you can get those pieces in the game, you're just going to win here.
Oh.
Goes d5, but now, I mean,
I like
d3
d5
and starts sacking. Like, let's say we go here, right? I mean, you take, can you already sack?
Yeah, this is right, but oh, he plays bishop. He's going for bishop d4, although I really don't like that one. No, bishop d4 I really don't like, because now there is no sack here now. So I can just play like rook d8, and a knight g7 takes queen g5, there's bishop g6.
Oh, he wants...
wow.
he wants this.
Oh, he wants... no, but you just take.
Oh,
then there's rook b4. I see. Okay. Oh, maybe
right.
this one.
Rook b4, but then you don't have to take. But queen h6 just wins. Very tricky.
Yeah. No, it's a good move. Again, I don't like. I mean, I have to say I don't like what Fabiano has done in a way, because it feels like there should have been a KO. There should have been a knockout blow, and now it goes on. I think Fabiano probably realizes that there should have been a knockout blow, and he missed it. And so now it's just a matter of if Alireza can hang on long enough. I mean, he'll probably get chances. But that being said, bishop g6 is a phenomenal move. Very, very good move by Fabiano, I think.
Right. Yeah, taking the sacks out of the position for now.
But somehow it's going a little bit like similar to your game with him, right? Where he's also got a very dangerous position, attack on his king, but then he makes it tricky.
Right. I mean, c5 here actually to me looks very strong. I maybe c5 there's maybe some knight e7 or something. Again, like this game hinges on the next like 3 to 4 moves. If Fabiano can come with a clear,
I like rook b8 though, because now his queen can also come back.
Oh, you know what Fabiano's going to do? I'm such an idiot. He's just going to go knight d6 trade and just play this positionally. That's what he's going to do. Of course. He's just going to play knight d6 and just positionally win the game, because he doesn't need to attack here.
But then do you hang c7 or that's?
Well, I'm just saying I think that's some part of the idea. So h4 played.
There might still be some tricks there.
Yeah, I mean this knight on f5 is still very annoying, but knight d6. Queen c6. I
like your earlier suggestion of just rook f7 and just bishop f8, and it feels like nothing should ever happen there.
Yeah, I mean that probably was best. That being said, I mean I still assume that Fabiano is going to find some way to win this. I mean, I just it seems unlikely that this isn't winning. Okay, what's wrong? Knight d6.
Oh, he just allowed knight g7 and h5, and
and now it's getting very tricky.
In a blitz game, you would rather have white here.
Yeah, absolutely. For black. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I know psychologically. This is true. Right.
Fabiano must have realized that he should have been winning. And
I mean, this is the thing is like, in 960, like you spend that time, you get that position, and like if something goes wrong, you're just like, what happened? It's very hard, which is why like in my game against Alireza, it's like I just trade into that end game. So I'm like, okay, like I know that I missed something, but if I don't do this and I try to keep being creative, I'm gonna end up losing the game.
Right.
So this is very scary actually.
I think you could just completely flip this one around.
Yeah, this is very scary. So takes h5 and then what? Bishop d6, I assume. I actually, why is this so good for white? I don't understand. Because you have queen g5 or something.
Apparently you can take a rook
g3 and rook h1. Yeah.
You can take bishop g3 and rook h1. That's true. I didn't see that. Okay, yeah. No, this is scary. No, I think Alireza is going to win the game now, because Fabiano is going to have to use his time, and if there isn't a clear-cut plan, I mean, the white's moves are all easy moves to play. Very, very easy moves to play. Yeah, no, I mean, this is this looks very hard to play. Yeah, I didn't like I didn't like Fabiano's idea of castling kings. I mean, I understand why he did it, but it felt like there was some way there to just like go for the throat immediately, as opposed to trying to be positional. I mean, of course it was still winning anyway, but it feels like there's probably something simpler. But who am I to talk? Because I had that also. I mean, I had that before where like I felt like there was a knockout blow, and then I just trade into an end game. So it's not one to talk. He's gonna win. He's gonna lose. 5. Yeah, he will win here, though. I feel very confident that Alireza will win this position.
I kind of have the same feeling.
It's just too hard to play for black.
Right. Yeah.
It's just too hard. I don't even know
Yeah.
what do you do here. This is. I mean, a computer
just
obviously.
gotta take like rook h1, knight f5 is always an idea.
What does the computer even say you're supposed to do here? I don't even understand.
Bishop a3 apparently.
And then queen f4. Ah, bishop d6. Ah, wait, bishop a3, queen g5.
Bishop c5.
Yeah, it's not the most obvious line, I would say.
Computers.
Computers.
I mean,
95 to that's not the move. F4. Apparently, I mean, should have just taken.
Bishop c5. Oh my gosh, that's ridiculous. That's just insane. Yeah, I mean, it's just insane. Yeah. Yeah. Alireza already lost. What?
No, knight g4, e5.
Yeah.
Looks really tricky. Okay, c5. Fabiano defending well here, though. Both players pretty low on the clock.
Yeah, apparently he moved the wrong pawn. He should have moved the f pawn.
Well, this is fine, no? I mean, you take, but you're not getting checkmated yet.
And now you got an end game. Yeah, you're just now white has no attack, and now black's moves are too easy.
Wait, but how? Like if a king of 7?
Yeah, but what I'm saying now it's not actually about the objective valuation. What I'm saying is like it's much easier for black to play. Now white's the one who has to come up with a plan again. It's white has to come up with a plan, not black. Whereas before, white's attacking, black's the one who has to find all the right moves.
93, great move by Fabiano. Knight c4 now. Knight c4, okay, queen. Where do you go? Queen b3? This one is completely wild. Queen f2. Okay. Computer saying b6. Like, who's ever going to do that?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, better use dem beads, right? If you're going to play b6.
Right.
Yeah, like... B6 is such a ridiculous move. Yeah, no, but I mean, what I'm saying is also in blitz when you get lower on time, like you're down to like a minute or less. Whoever has the easier moves, whoever has the easier moves or the straightforward plan, that's more important than the objective evaluation of the position.
Queen f3, but down to seconds. But did you hear that story of Hans that he got a $1 million offer? Yeah,
that's a topic for another day.
All right, that's all I wanted to ask. Okay.
Actually, I heard about it from Alireza, I have to say. Alireza actually mentioned me yesterday, and I was like, what are you talking about? And then, So, okay, what's going on? Yeah. Still a lot of play here.
Pretty dang. Okay, knight h2. Oh, that's a really good move. But knight c2? Oh, holy. Oh, you can just sack the queen. Oh, but bishop a3, and it's made. It's made.
Oh. Wait.
Oh, and he finds it.
Oh, man. Oh, brutal. I mean, this is, welcome to the world of 960 chess.
Pretty insane. He could have just sacked the queen and, like, white is completely fine.
Yeah, he should have done that. But again, like, welcome to blitz chess and welcome to 960. But yeah, it's like, too difficult.
Probably a better idea than walking into mate in 2. But yeah, Fabiano wins game 1. Let's see whether he can keep his lead in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think they play the same position. That's the only way that it would be fair. Yeah. But yeah, who knows? Who knows? Anyway, yeah, what a game! What a game!
So probably like f4, e4, right?
Okay, so yeah, if I look at this position, I mean, okay, anything on the queen side looks suspicious. A4 doesn't look right at all. If the king was like over on e1 or f1, a4 I think would be worth considering. A4, b4 look wrong. C4 can't be right because the king's on c1. So d4, e4, f4, or g3. Those are the candidate moves that I see. I don't like d4 because after d5 you can't play c4 and black's gonna go knight d6. So I would guess d4 is wrong. So I think it's e4, f4. Or g3. I think one of those 3 moves is what I would play. Actually, e4, e5, d4 takes rook d4, bishop c5, maybe. Rook d1 and then knight d3. So yeah, probably e4.
You know what you could do here? Maybe like rook d2, and then you're just gonna castle.
Right. That's also and also bishop c5. Yeah, because maybe after rook d2 you have some b4 trick here or something too. But yeah, this I like. I think probably. I think e4 is the best move objectively. I think e4, I would play e4, probably g3, one of those 2 moves. I don't know which one I would play, but one of those 2 moves for sure.
Yeah, computer was saying f4 to just open up this bishop.
Yeah, I mean
And then
f4,
after-
but okay, after f4, f5, what's the plan?
Then this one is awkward to protect. Because like g6, you go e4.
Yeah, but can't you just play knight no, knight d6 is wrong, yeah.
Yeah, I guess you
No,
just go
this looks-
e5 and you get a lot of space.
Yeah, this looks a little bit suspicious. Yeah, maybe f4, maybe f4. I don't know. Again, without knowing, I would say e4, f4, g3 are the three moves that I would consider. I would not consider any of the other moves. So, I mean, g3 is a little bit dank, though, because you're trying to play like something. I mean, because if you're going to go g3, you're probably going to play f4 anyway to open the diagonal. So, f4 makes more sense. Yeah, so probably it's e4, f4, one of those two moves.
Right.
That's my guess.
Mm-hmm.
What did Fabiano play? Yeah, Fabiano played e4, right? Yeah, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, again, great minds think alike. Not too surprising.
Game hasn't been pulled up here yet, and Alireza thinking on his first move. It's kind of annoying, right? Because I think normally you'd go e5, but since you need to win with black, you're kind of reluctant to play symmetrical.
Well, this is why 960 is not fun to play. If you can just play normal chess, it's where like the result doesn't matter. You just play as you go. It's fine. But when you're in a situation where you have to win with black in particular, it's very, very unpleasant because you have to avoid playing symmetrical. And from what I've seen, it's
h6.
So he's trying to play like some kind of Caruana, right? He wants to go bishop h7 and d5. But as we know, Fabiano is the master of the center, so I expect Fabiano to win this game. I mean, he's trying to play a Caruana. He's trying to go like c6 and d5.
c6 here.
Oh wait, sorry, but that's a rook on b8, not a queen. Never mind. So it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I don't like h6 at all. I feel like also, for example, the knight on h8. How are you bringing that into the game? Okay, you go g5.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, he's trying to play some kind of Caruana. I don't like. I mean,
I would think maybe just takes
and bishop c4,
something along.
But you see,
those
your
lines.
bishop on g1's a little bit awkward though. So maybe play it like a fantasy, play it like the fantasy, and go f3 here.
Huh. Or e5. I think Fabiano just.
No, I like f3, but he'll play e5 because Fabiano likes these French advanced Caruana structures. He just likes all the space in the center. So I'm not shocked that he plays e5 here.
Yeah. Now I guess
also because the problem is I can go bishop d3, take with the knight, and I stop c5. With the knight on d3, you don't get the break. Yeah, this is very ugly.
Right. Okay. Let's see if the game.
No, I mean Fabiano's just like he's got to be so happy right now. He's got the big white center. It's great development. I mean, yeah, this is just terrible.
Yeah, it feels kind of odd what Alireza is doing. Okay, did he play g5?
I mean, he's got to win though. He's got to win the game to be fair. So we can't be too critical of him. I mean, you got to win what to do. I like g5 though. It stops f4, maybe knight g6, knight f4. Again, he's doing what he can with the position he has.
Yeah, I mean, it looks. I mean, it's these are also common in the Caruana where you put your bishop on g7 and later on you try to break. So I guess he wants to bring this knight at g6.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe b4 now by Fabiano to really try to clamp down.
b4 what?
Yeah, b4. Try to go like queen c3.
You use it. You are you getting some assistance? Oh wow, he actually played it. Wow. Okay.
Well, I mean, you can see my screen. You can see that I have the computer here.
Oh, I also
have the beats. Yeah. I also have the beats if you really wanted to know.
I was gonna say like, wow, a4, very interesting. Very, very interesting. Actually, I love a4, by the way. Now that I see it on the board, I do actually really love it.
Wait, what about this? Like e6, maybe a5 to try to block in this queen? Like, how are you getting out? Although it feels like eventually you should find a way out.
No, but you know the problem with this is why I don't like g5 because now f6 is never really a break here. So you're betting everything on the c5 break. That's the only break you have now. If you play e6, or sorry, with g5 being played, sorry, is you don't really have the f6 break anymore, so you better get c5 or else like you're getting squished.
Otherwise, you're gonna get a beat down. Anyway, so maybe queen a3 here to stop e6 from black.
Well, that's too
good. Like knight.
No human would play that. I mean, queen a3, and you're walking to knight g6 and e6. That's not human, Benjamin.
Well, you're stopping e6 for one move, but yeah, you're right. Knight g6 comes.
I mean,
you have to bring your queen into the game at some point.
I don't know why you don't just go like bishop d3. Like ask black the question, what's he doing? Because if bishop d3, knight g6 is played, I think you can play e6.
Queen a3 on the board.
Really interesting. So I guess Fabiano's idea is to go queen b3. Ooh, knight. Okay. I don't understand knight g7 at all.
F3.
Well, I guess he wants, does he want to go e6 at some point just to open up attack?
But then your knight on g7. I don't understand why your knight's on g7 because he want.
Does he want
to right? But what I'm saying, Irina, is that he has to win the game. So like trading the knights here doesn't help him at all. So like he needs, like, if he goes knight f5, Fabiano's going to snap, go bishop d3, just trade off, and just be like, okay, you can't beat me from this position.
You cannot beat him there.
Again, this is just a Fabiano Supreme. I mean, this is just such a great position for Fabiano. He's got his big center. He loves that, as we all know. I mean, joke intended, by the way, because he really loves getting a lot of the center. Magnus even said that. So I think Fabiano's just chilling here. He's very happy.
Do you think he's going to play bishop d3?
Yeah, I think he will play bishop d3. The only question is, how does he finish his development? Because Alireza wants to castle here. He wants to castle kingside. And he's going to do it anyway.
Honest, the more I look at it, I kind of start to like Black's position. Because, I mean, Black is going to prepare c5 at some point, right? Like maybe with d6 in here, I guess you might just castle here. And then you can really start to, try to roll on the queen side. And how is White going to continue developing, right? Like this knight on e1.
Yeah, if this knight was on e1, it'd be fine. But you're right. This knight on e1 is a little bit misplaced.
So what about Black just castling here? Yeah, there he goes.
Yeah, of course he's going to do it.
It's kind of funny, because this is sort of what Alireza must have envisioned going into this game, and he sort of got the perfect, got everything perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, this queen on b3 is kind of misplaced now. So we got c3, b6. So I mean, I guess you're going to go bishops. The problem is, how do you castle? How do you castle? I mean, like, if White could magically put the knight on e3 here, you could go knight g4 and then you're fine. But it's a little bit ugly.
The thing is that c5, c4 is annoying, right? You're going to have to respond to that c4 threat.
Yeah, I don't actually know how to do it.
But it looks really bad because, like, c4 is a big threat here. You don't want to give up the bishop. And then, like, b5 is also going to come.
I think this whole queen a3, queen b3 idea was just way too superficial by Fabiano. I mean, it didn't feel right to me at the time.
Great chances to get the win here and force an.
I agree. I agree. I don't. What are you supposed to do here, actually?
So can you go like knight c2, c5, queen b5,
and then c4?
c4. Yeah, I mean, my queen is almost trapped. Yeah, bishop e. Yeah, it's ugly. Yeah, bishop e2.
I mean, honestly, if I'm playing this position, I'm probably going to go knight e2 and bishop c2 and just try to do something. I mean, it doesn't look very good. Probably bishop c2 and then just hold. Yeah.
Oh, but the same idea, like c4 and knight e8. And again, how do you? Oh, it's all on the board.
Yeah. This is getting bad.
Because queen e7 doesn't even hit the bishop. Yeah, I think your queen is just getting trapped. Knight e8 on the board as well.
Yeah, I mean, this whole queen a3 thing was just way too superficial. I mean, yeah, and it's played. Yeah, I mean, it's just very superficial by Fabiano.
Oh, wow. That queen is really close to getting trapped.
I mean, it's getting trapped, I think. I don't think there's any way out.
We're basically already threatening knight c7, queen d7, rook f d8, queen c7.
Right.
How do we get it?
Well, I would just go queen here.
F4 is the only move here. F4 is the only try.
Actually, you have to be careful because here you suddenly allow this. But maybe you start off with, let's say, queen b7 first, preparing this.
I mean, I think you have to go f4 and pray, basically. Go f4 and hope that you have some kind of counterplay.
Right.
It's the only thing that makes sense here. Or maybe b3. Maybe you can go b3, f4, b3.
b4.
Yeah. Okay.
That looks... doesn't look right.
Yeah, but I mean, it's already losing, so kind of hard. Anyway.
So knight c7, queen d7, like let's say rook bc8. How do you stop like rook d8?
You can take the knight on g6 and then take the bishop on e7.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's...
I mean, even that's probably good for black too, honestly, but I mean, I like b4. It's at least an attempt. But you know what's interesting is, again, the time usage is so critical here. Like, you see Fabiano play queen a3 very quickly, And if he'd used his time, like say he'd used like 2 minutes there, he probably doesn't play Queen A3, and he probably would have found a way to simplify and keep things much more under control. But he plays that move he plays like that sequence of moves very quickly, and he gets punished for it. And so it's like, I feel like a lot of stuff with 960, it just comes down to time usage and whether you use your time correctly or not. And most of the time, I don't think you even know until you see how the game unfolds.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It's a tricky game. Yeah.
No, it's very difficult.
Yeah, what I generally try to do is just try to play somewhat fast in the beginning because you anyway can know what's going on.
That's true, but if you get a great position out of the opening, then it's different too. But yeah, I mean it's just very hard to figure out what you're supposed to do and what you're not supposed to do. Just very difficult. I think 960 actually, I think it's probably 960 is one of those formats where it really should just be classical, not rapid blitz. I think it's too tough. It's too hard to play.
Right, yeah, because like in classical, you have all that time, and then you really, you sit down in chess 960 and figure out like, okay, what is going on here?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean the fact that you really, I feel like you have like, if you're gonna play like the way that Gary did, you're gonna use like 3 to 4 minutes on the first like 3 to 4 moves. You're gonna have like 1 or 2 other moments which are very critically used 3 to 4 minutes, and you better be winning after that. Because if you're not winning after that, it's gonna be bad. It's gonna be bad.
Right. Rook B7 is kind of nice. Yeah, he's preparing Knight C7 to be very painful because the knight's going to be protected, and then you can just go Rook D8. Well, actually, so there's also Queen C6 though. What is he going to do if the queen gets to that square?
Yeah, but I would assume White's going to. Oh, A5, you just take. That's why you can't play A5 here. Yeah, I think this is going to probably go to Armageddon. I don't see. I don't know.
Yeah, Queen C6, Rook C8 now. And see how you're
somehow it's getting trapped. I'm sure of it. Because then you can play knight. No, I guess
maybe you
go Rook C8 and Bishop F8. Yeah, maybe Rook C8 and Bishop F8 Knight E7.
Yeah, because if I have to give up my bishop on G6, it's terrible.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean this has to be winning.
Or B5, closing.
B5 Knight E8. B5 Knight E8.
No, sorry, I meant B5 from black.
Okay. Yeah, I mean Fabiano's going to lose this game. They're gonna play a sloppy Armageddon game, and who knows what's going to happen. Yeah, I mean Queen A3 was just so superficial by Fabiano. Like it was just, I mean, didn't make any sense at all.
Well, I thought that one was still all right, but like he should have had a clear plan as to how to follow up.
I thought you just go Bishop D3 and just keep it very much under control. Bishop D3 just made a lot of sense, and then. Like if you go back instead of Queen A3, like Bishop D3, for example. Bishop D3, say Black plays Knight G6, then I think just E6 should be maybe it's not very strong, but it feels very strong to me as a human. But even if you don't play E6, for example, say you play C3, like you can also just play it very, very slow. Like even C3 and just go Knight C2, F3, Bishop F2, and castles. Like F3 here. Or maybe Knight, Knight C2, Knight C7, F3. Yeah, Bishop F2. Probably, just something where it's just under control is all I'm saying. Like I'm not saying Black isn't going to get play, but something that's under control. But I think he underestimated the whole idea of Knight G7 and Black castling to the king side. Right.
Okay, so they have this position after Rook to C8. Okay, King D2. The delayed bond cloud.
Yeah, I think Bishop F8 is how you win here. That's my guess. Yeah, Bishop F8, Knight E7, and Rook D8. That has to be the way you win. I mean, there probably are other ways too, but I assume Bishop F8.
Yeah, this one looks pretty clean. Yeah, Bishop F8 does seem to be closing the net.
Yeah, and then
you also have to do this. That's pretty sad.
That's true, because you feel like there's probably something better. I mean, Alireza should just play something quick though, and not use like 2 or 3 minutes here. Because if he uses too much time here and he doesn't find the actual force one, then he's going to get low on time, and then Fabiano's going to have chances to survive.
He goes B5.
Is there an idea to go like, let's say, Bishop F8, and then you take on G6? Okay, well, that didn't happen. I had some idea of going F6 and Bishop E8.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, this looks Queen B5, and there's going to be some C3, right?
Yeah, I mean, of course, Black's
No, but
completely winning,
actually
it's,
now,
it's not 100% over yet.
yeah, I mean this is definitely winning for Black, but it's not. It's not the one you want. 'Cause it's not 100% clean. So there's still work to be done.
Yeah,
Because
96
maybe
now.
queen b8, so that on knight d6 is harder to play.
Right. I mean, to be fair, probably you just take and go like knight f4, knight f8. Just simplify it because there's no fortress here since you have a connect 5, or queen a3. But yeah, I mean, just play quickly is really really important.
Queen
Yeah, I mean,
A3.
it's just too much. Yeah, it's too much. No fortress. If Fabiano could have somehow stuck the knight on c3 and tried to create a fortress, maybe there are chances, but there's going to be no fortress here. So yeah, they're going to play an Armageddon game, and yeah, it's going to be a slot fest.
Yeah, here it feels like it's all
He
falling
fought back
apart.
really well, right? I mean, this is kind of it's kind of a nice answer to that first game. I mean, because like here it started out like not so clear, but at some point he just got a crushing position.
Yeah, again, I think Fabiano's time usage cost him this game. Really, he didn't use his time at the right moment. He tried to play quickly, play logical moves, and it turns out the moves he thought were logical based on normal chess just aren't logical. And that's why. I mean, that's why 960 it's so hard. It's really hard to play when you don't have a lot of time because the things that we think are like intuitive based off normal chess sometimes are just like they don't even apply at all. You're just an idiot for doing it. So like Fabiano, I know he thought queen a3, activate the queen, black's queen on a8 is passive. But as it turns out, he basically helped Ali Reza finish his development, and that was like in 960 just a complete beginner move.
I think I think the problem was the knight on e1, right? He just got left with that piece, never got to move off the back rank.
Right. I mean, again, afterwards it's very easy to tell what you should do versus what you shouldn't do. But I mean, again, it's just it's very tough. It's very tough because that's exactly what Fabiano thought. He thought, okay, it's simplified. My queen's coming into the game, and then it turns out to just be a help Ali Reza finish development. And it's like actually it's one of the basic rules in chess, isn't it? It's like you don't want to bring your queen out early because your opponent can attack your queen and develop their pieces. And sure enough, Fabiano. I mean, obviously, I'm joking around when I say this, but Fabiano, he's like he is a very good player. Like he knows those rules, but it made sense. But it's actually just completely wrong. So yeah, it's that's 960 for you.
Right. Oh, by the way, I see that you're playing. So you're playing your qualifier on Sunday, and then your CGC match on Monday, right?
Correct. Yes, that is correct. I'm playing lead chess on Sunday. Hopefully, I'll get through. I think I have actually some pretty good pairings. Just looking at the players who I think are in my 16, so I have as good a shot as anybody, and we'll kind of see what happens.
All right. Well, it's nice that you did get accommodated.
Wait, what did Fabiano just play?
He played rook to a6.
Oh, because he wants to go rook b1. Okay. Okay. He wants to play rook b1. I was just like, what is rook a6? But yeah, I mean, if Ali Reza doesn't win this, I will eat my hat. So Ali Reza's going to win this game, and they'll play an Armageddon game. But I don't think I'm going to hang around for that one, though. So,
are you playing the chess.com Global Championships, Hikaru?
Yes, that is on Monday. So I'm playing against Rodrigo Vasquez, I believe. I don't know the exact I don't know who I play that or next round or whatever, but I know I have a match on Monday, and that's that. So
nice.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see. It's gonna be fun to play again and just get back to the regular grind. So it'll be good.
Yeah, and Ali Reza is and Ali Reza does win this game, so we're gonna get an Armageddon.
Yeah.
It should probably start very soon, I guess.
Most likely it will. So I'll let you guys cover that because I probably have to figure out what exactly I'm doing because there's a dinner that I guess will start after this ends. But at any rate, it is what it is. So thank you so much, you guys, for everything you're doing.
Thanks, Hikaru. Thanks for joining us. It was a lot of fun to have you here.
All right, I'll see you guys soon.
Yeah.
All right, have a good one.
Bye.
All right, bye.
All right, Benjamin. So it's just the two of us left, and our several thousands of people watching on Twitch, and we're at the finale of the tournament. It's definitely a super exciting finish, I would say, as I think these players have proven to be quite close to each other. And Ali Reza showing really good fighting spirit to win with the black pieces on demand. And yeah, that was nice to have Hikaru here. I'm glad you guys enjoying that.
Yeah, no, for sure. Always interesting to hear his insights. But yeah, we're gonna have an Armageddon. I would think the psychological edge should be for Alireza. I mean, he was with his back against the wall, right? I mean, if losing with the white pieces again is always tough, even in chess 960. But he fought back phenomenally, and yeah, Fabiano probably is wondering like, where did things go wrong? I really felt, as I said, that maybe after d5 he should have captured on d5, but again, yeah, really, really impressive how Alireza fought back. Like this h6 move looked so odd, but it worked out beautifully for him. So yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, it's amazing how he got it into like a Caro-Kann position, how he managed to get his king castled from the queen side to the king side, and ultimately looked like a beautiful strategic game. But of course, it wasn't that easy to set that up. That required some vision. Maybe we can take a quick break as we get ready to watch the Armageddon game.
Yeah. All right. So let's see. Okay, there should be starting very, very soon. Oh wait, or there does seem to be a little break. Wait, we're waiting on confirmation for that. Okay, so let's see what's happening. All right. Okay. Position has been set up. All right, but we are going to be taking a very short break. But don't go anywhere, you guys, because you don't want to miss the Armageddon between Alireza Firouzja and Fabiano Caruana. We'll be back very, very soon. And welcome back, everyone, to the Armageddon game of the Chess 960 in St. Louis. We have Firouzja and Caruana. Fabiano got the white pieces, so he needs to win, and he started the game out with 1d4, f5, which attacks this pawn over here. So knight b3, g6, g3, knight b6, queen a5, hitting this pawn, a6, knight after d2. All right, so they traded the queens very early on. I mean, that should favor Alireza, right, Arena? But I mean, look at the time, or the moves are flying in now. I feel like Alireza should be doing fine here, no?
Yeah, although I'm looking at the clock, and he's not that much behind on the clock, actually, right? So it's about 1 minute. Yeah, he has more than 3 minutes, actually. Or okay, that was maybe that video from a few seconds ago. Yeah, he's not doing terribly on the clock, and basically, how does this work, Benjamin? If he runs out of time, there's no increment in Armageddon, is there?
I don't think there is. I think it's just 5 minutes against 4. Like Hikaru said, very sloppy, but Alireza is catching up. The moves are not coming in here, but what I see is that Fabiano has 3 minutes and 15 seconds and Alireza 2 minutes and 50. So the time disadvantage already got narrowed down to 30 seconds. But I mean, it's still tricky, of course. Oh.
Yeah, and I see that somehow white is castled. Okay, so we're not getting any moves. That's the problem? Yeah, all right. I guess we can just talk. Maybe we can refresh it. Maybe we'll get something.
Yeah, Alireza went for a bit of a thing there, getting down to 225. That definitely seemed way too long, right? He spent like 25 seconds.
Feels comfortable for black, though. Like I am looking at this position. It looks like he's got a knight on an outpost on d5. No bad pieces. The white knight on b3. It's kind of, I guess it could go to a5. But overall, I don't know. I have a feeling like Alireza is doing okay because I see this dark squared bishop like looking into a lot of pawns. Okay, now he's trying to trade him off.
But bishop d4 is a good move by Fabiano because now everything gets a little bit loose. And look at the clock. Fabiano playing super fast, trying to keep that time advantage. I think that's definitely the right strategy. 2 minutes for Alireza. I mean, if he keeps, you know, that 1 minute advantage on the clock, I think he should win this game, right? Because as you mentioned, I think there's no increment at all. Or is there?
Wow. I don't know. If there's no increment, it's kind of brutal, right? Like it could get really ugly watching Fabi like trying to flag Alireza and maybe what could be an equal position. Well, we can watch and get there. So let's see. The white knight on c6 looks impressive, but isn't really hitting anything. And black's knights in the center look pretty good. The control over the e-file looks pretty good. And okay, they're getting a little closer on time.
Yeah, rook to d1 by Fabiano. Yeah, I think it's really all about the clock. Like the position should be equal, but Fabiano up almost 40 seconds here. G5 played. Okay, now
they traded the rooks.
Right, I guess you just move a knight to e5, whether it's the f knight or the Fabiano choose the c knight. It's tricky. H5. Okay, maybe just h3 or g4 even. He goes h3. King f6. Where do you go? King f6. Where do you go? Because 97, king e6 is already a repetition. Maybe. You don't want to go knight d3.
Ah, you can try to trap that knight. Wow, that actually is a repetition. He still has plenty of time.
Right, so maybe you have to go rook e1. He goes knight d3, allowing rook d3, rook e3. Oh, rook f1, tricky. If you take, there's knight e1, and you win the rook. So you cannot do that. Alireza thinking, getting down to 125. He should be doing completely fine, but it's a little bit tricky now with the discovery coming. And 117, he's got to go 116. Because, you know, in online chess, you can make a lot of moves, right, with this time. But over the board, you really have 1 second per move, and 110. I think Fabiano's going to win this game simply because of the time. And knight h4, great move. You kind of take as a knight f5.
Yes, it's a little annoying that the knight is coming to f5.
Rook e4, knight f2 maybe? Knight f2? Yeah, there it is. And Fabiano's winning a pawn. I think he's just going to win this game because he's also up 43 seconds.
That's a big turnaround, yeah.
Almost play rook e5 there, which looks fine. Rook e6, knight takes g4. Yeah, no, okay, king d7 played. Okay, knight f3 maybe to pair knight e5. Okay, he goes rook e1, also a good move. Trading the rooks could be tricky, but I doubt that Alireza will be able to exchange everything. So trade. Goes B4, good practical choice. Trying to trade C4 by Fabiano. Okay, AB, or BA, sorry. BA. And knight is C3. Position is objectively a draw here, but 36 seconds. Can he get all the... I mean, you really need to get all of the pieces off in over the board game. And B5.
Yeah, so he's going from playing B5, right? Yeah, so on King D2, there's knight B1.
B5 is a great move, because in case it takes, you take with the
it'd be
C7
kind of a miracle.
knight.
Let's see how fast he is. I mean,
Knight E3, knight B1. Uh-oh, you're not keeping that. Okay, but now it takes an A4. You got to keep... I mean, as long as you keep 2 knights on the board, you're able to flank your opponent. 31 seconds. Knight C4, knight D5. This is Moncasteer, you guys. King E6, knight E3, knight B4. I think objective... I mean, Fabiano's going to win the game. There's no doubt in my mind. 26 seconds. 24.
you can
even
right?
trade. You can even trade and you're winning on the board. I think.
Yeah.
20 seconds. 20 seconds. It's not going to make it. A6, C4.
A6,
G5. G5 should win the game. I think. C3, G6. There he goes. 16, 15. King
G5
C5
here or G5?
Okay, don't blunder knight E5. Just go. King E4, I think, wins.
Knight E5. Is it a blunder? I don't think it's a blunder.
He takes.
A-pawn,
That might be a great move.
Just takes
G6,
on.
there he goes.
A4,
G7, 97.
yeah.
King up. How do you win? Knight D6 and King E5?
Oh, it's like I'm sorry. I'm looking at the position on the video screen, which is
King
behind
E5,
us.
knight F5 now. Oh, knight E4. Okay, King E6, and you're knight F6 and you win. Zook's won. All right, great win for Fabiano Caruana, and he wins the St. Louis Chess 960. What a finale, Arena.
Yeah, that was amazing. That was just a really good battle between these two, and I can't believe, Fabi pulled it out. It looked like Ali Reza was pretty equal there, but Fabi just kept applying the pressure on the clock, on the board, and just did a great job.
Yeah, and I'm sure that... Oh, actually, we just got word that on move 61, they did get a 2-second increment. So he could not just flat out flag him. He had to win on the board. That's actually a very important detail, but he managed to do so.
Oh, wow. So he was winning on the board. They just got to move. I mean, the game ended on move 62, so that was important.
Right, yeah. I was kind of surprised to hear that it was just 5 against 4. Right? Like, usually there is an increment after move 60. But yeah, So, I mean, in that case... Ali Reza definitely had chance. I thought, he was just going to get flagged.
Yeah.
But yeah, great win for Fabiano.
Yeah, I mean, that's surprising because Fabiano was basically never really leading the Chess 960 during these 3 days. I mean, he was somewhere in the middle of the pack. Let's actually just take a look. Like, how did he manage to get himself into the tie for first place? So he won his last 2 games. He won against Hikaru, and then he won his last game. Already trying to remember who that he was playing in the last round. It was something important. He beat Wesley, right? So basically, he only scored 2 out of 3. But I guess given that no one else had an amazing day today. No. Maybe I think it looks like he won his last 3 games. Am I wrong about
Fabiano?
That? Yeah, I'm talking about Fabiano. Yeah, Fabiano beat Aronian.
Yes.
He won his last 3. Okay, right. Because that's what I thought. He needed like something amazing to actually get into that tie.
Right, he had a great comeback on the last day. Yeah, he beat Levon, Aronian, Hikaru, and Wesley, the other 3 Americans. Yeah. And yeah, he got himself into this tiebreaker, and he was clutch. I can't put it any other way. Yeah,
like the other guys, like Nepo, he got 2 out of 3 today. Firouzja got 2 out of 3. Mamedyarov got 1.5. And that 3 out of 3 was really important for him to get into that tie with Firouzja. And then, yeah, I mean, that's a Herculean effort, I would say.
Yeah, no, amazing. And yeah, he wins $31,000 and $31,250. Not bad for 3 days of Chess 960 chess.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think with all that being said and done, you guys, all good things do come to an end. So yeah, I think tomorrow Hikaru is going to have a day off because he's traveling. But after that, he's going to play in the League Chess 960, and after that the CGC. So lots of awesome chess to come up, and yeah, it was great fun commentating with you, Arena.
Same here, Benjamin. And Hikaru did pick Fabi to win this one. So
Yeah.
it didn't look like it was necessarily going to be like that, but that was his pick at the beginning when we asked him. And yeah, guys, thank you for sticking with us to such an exciting finale. And we will see you soon.
Yeah, and we will be rating FM John Curtis. So make sure to give him a follow, show him some love, and we'll see you guys very, very soon.